I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee inquiry into the transition of the Commonwealth Home Support Program to the Support at Home program. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Yugara and Turrbal people, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. I'm Senator Ormond Payne, and in the room I have with me Senators Askew and Ruston. Senator Cox, Senator Collins and possibly Senator Antic are joining us online. These are public proceedings being voice streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence, and witnesses have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which it is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute your microphones. I now welcome representatives from Ageing Australia and National Seniors Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And I'll start on my left.
Roald Versteeg, here for Ageing Australia.
And I'm Tom Simonson, CEO of Ageing Australia.
Chris Rice, CEO, National Seniors Australia.
Jacinta Victor-John, Principal Advisor, National Seniors Australia.
I'm now going to invite each organisation to make a short opening statement, and then at the conclusion of any remarks we'll go to Senators' questions. And I'll start on my left with Ageing Australia.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for inviting us to be here today to give evidence. And I acknowledge that we're meeting on the lands of the Yugara and Turrbal people, and I pay my respects to elders past and present. We are Ageing Australia. We are the national peak body for providers of aged care of all different types, including the largest grouping of CHSP providers in the country. CHSP is the critical foundational level of our aged care system, and it currently supports well over 800,000 people. It is the largest component of Commonwealth funded aged care and dwarfs both residential care and support at home in terms of the number of people that it provides services to every day. For many, it is the difference between remaining safely at home and entering more intensive and costly parts of either the aged care or the hospital system. It is a critical component of aged care delivery, and it ensures, particularly in rural and regional areas, but also in metro areas, the availability of a whole range of critical services, community transport, Meals on Wheels, social engagement, as well as a whole range of domestic assistance and other critical services like cottage respite, can exist where they would quite easily not exist otherwise. It has to, in any reform journey, be acknowledged that CHSP is the one part of the system that provides supports to a huge number of people that would otherwise probably not have access to supports at all. It should also be acknowledged it is the only part of the system designed around a re-ablement focus, as opposed to the other parts of the system which, despite the fact residential and home care package, support at home package providers do focus on re-ablement, the programme does not. CHSP does. So if we lose that benefit from CHSP, it won't be in any other part of the system, as it currently is not. We saw with the transition to the current set of reforms that it was rushed. We are very, very worried that another transition of a programme of the scale of CHSP, if rushed in the same way as the reforms so far to support at home, will be catastrophic for those 800,000+ people and also the providers that provide those services. We don't oppose reform. We oppose reform done badly. That does not make things better. The strain on support at home providers is extremely noticeable. But the important thing to remember about the context difference between support at home providers and CHSP providers is most CHSP providers are much smaller. And so if you saw turmoil in support at home, the same rushed process will have a much greater impact on the average CHSP provider, which is why doing this properly is so much more important. We know that if we don't manage this transition carefully, it will adversely affect the health and the well-being of older people, and that runs completely counter to the objectives of the new Aged Care Act, which are supposed to recognise people's rights and make sure that they have access to the right care in the right place at the right time. Without adequate lead times and targeted support to providers, particularly given the small average size, we will not see better outcomes, and it will further risk the sustainability of the system as a whole. So what we're focused on is a resolution of current support at home issues before we even consider changes to CHSP, genuine co-design, not something done in private that is then just implemented without notice, co-design with older people and with providers to make sure that what's proposed works or can work, at least 12 months notice before the transition, before any kind of transition, of the programme design, not just of the intention to merge. Retention of the good things about CHSP, which are many, and I'm happy to talk more about that in response to questions, and a review of CHSP funding levels and alignment of indexation rates, because it is obvious to everybody CHSP has not had the level of funding growth that it has needed now for many, many years, partly because of this up-in-the-air nature of whether it's going to be merged or not. So we think it's incredibly important that this is done well and makes things better, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thanks very much, Mr Simonson. Over to National Seniors.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. National Seniors Australia is a consumer advocacy organisation representing older Australians. We advocate for an aged care system that is fair, transparent, affordable, accessible and responsive to the needs of both current and future generations of older people. We support the goal of the aged care reform and understand the need for a sustainable rights-based system. However, as detailed in our submission, we have significant concerns about the proposed transition of the Commonwealth Home Support Program to the new Supported Home Program, which is set to create a world-class health and aged care system no earlier than July 1, 2027. CHSP currently provides essential entry-level services to more than 800,000 older Australians. These services enable people to maintain their independence, remain connected to their communities and delay or avoid entry into more intensive care settings. Our concern is that the transition is occurring within a system already under strain. Older Australians are experiencing delays in assessment, challenges navigating digital systems, workforce shortages and difficulties securing timely services under the new supported home framework. In this context, proceeding with a large-scale structural transition without clear and publicly articulated details risks creating further uncertainty for both consumers and providers. Specifically, our submission highlights three core areas of concern. Firstly, there is no comprehensive, transparent transition framework that clearly outlines how current CHSP clients will be mapped into the supported home classifications, which funding levels will apply, and how co-contributions will operate, particularly given the 18-month timeline for the transition. Second, there is insufficient clarity around system readiness, particularly regarding specific assessment capacity, workforce supply, IT functionality and thin market risks, all of which directly impact continuity of care. And third, there is a real risk that vulnerable older Australians may experience service disruption during the transition if safeguards are not clearly defined and implemented. We have received reports that older Australians are facing significant challenges since the new Act took effect on 1 November. They value certainty and need assurance that the support they depend on today will not be reduced, delayed or made more complicated in the future. National Seniors Australia urges the committee to ensure the transition proceeds only when there is clear evidence of system readiness, transparent communication with consumers and protections in place to guarantee continuity of care. The success of this reform will depend on whether individuals feel secure rather than uncertain about the support they rely on. Reform succeeds when consumers feel confident. The transition of CHSP must prioritise continuity, clarity and assurance for the older Australians who depend on these services every day. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr Grice. I might kick us off. Question first for Ageing Australia. Mr Simonson, in your opening remarks you alluded to some of the good things that need to be retained in CHSP. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on those for the committee, please.
Absolutely. So, firstly, it was the reablement focus that I talked about, so that's incredibly important. Came out of its history as the merger of all of the home and community care programs that the states ran. That's what it was focused on, and we need to keep that. The very healthy use of both block and pooled funding, particularly in regional and remote areas, and for service types that have low use numbers like cottage respite but a very high cost. Without block funding, those services are never going to be viable in a support-at-home type system. The local responsiveness, so support-at-home is based on individual choice, which is great, but it doesn't have a community responsiveness sort of objective. Commonwealth Home Support, because the provider is based in that community, it can respond to the needs of that community. And because of the block funding and the pooled funding arrangements, it gives the freedom to be able to do that. It is lower cost on an hour-by-hour basis because of that ability to pool than support at home. And the other, I think, really important thing in Commonwealth Home Support is the heavy use of volunteers, the heavy use of kind of multiple organisations working together in a community to deliver better outcomes, which is much harder in support at home. So there's a whole range of really strong positive things that we want actually support at home to benefit from. We would like to see some of those good things in the support at home programme because they don't currently exist there. Mm-hmm. Got anything?
I might go to National Seniors. I'm interested to know what you see as the biggest risks of the lack of information, the lack of clarity, as you said, for both providers and people who need support.
I guess that from the point of view of we've just had the implementation of support at home. From a consumer perspective, there is confusion around what does this mean for me in terms of how will my situation change going forward, and what will that mean in terms of assessments, these sorts of things, and will my current supplier, will they be around, because if in particular if there's a change in the funding model, for example.
I spoke to a provider in regional Queensland who provides CHSP services who said that they had looked at the support at home model, and if they were forced to transition to that type of model, their service would no longer exist, that it's cost prohibitive for them to provide services under that model. Is that something that you are hearing from providers, and to what extent is that a real danger?
It is a massive danger. Just to give you a sense, in our member kind of feedback gathering for support at home providers who also provide CHSP, their confidence of readiness is 60%. If you only go to CHSP only providers, their lack of confidence goes up to 85%. So, and as I said earlier, they are on average smaller. Or it's a small program within a bigger organisation, and the costs of moving to be frank, very compliance-heavy support-at-home system is going to bury a lot of those providers. We've also got a lot of providers who are saying to us, we're so small that even having to transition to anything different is going to be a struggle for us. A lot of Commonwealth Home Support Programme providers receive less than $1 million a year in funding, and a lot of them receive less than $500,000. That's not the case in support at home. It's an entirely different sector complexion and demographic. I think we have to remember that. Don't just think that this is a kind of an easy process. All of these organisations will just cope. I think many of them won't. And some of them, where they deliver more than just aged care, are going to go, we'll just do the other things. A lot of, most CHSP providers are not-for-profits or charities, and they're often delivering early childhood services or homelessness services, and they're saying, we'll just do those things. We won't do aged care anymore because it's too hard. And that would be an absolutely devastating blow, particularly to small communities.
I think just to add, So Tom referenced that 85% of CHSP only providers who are members of Ageing Australia did not feel prepared for transition, but that goes down even more when you account for smaller, not-for-profit, culturally diverse and rural and remote services. So those providers who, if they disappeared, there is no one behind them to take their place.
You both mentioned in your submissions concerns around some types of services not being available in the transition, particularly things around social support. I'm wondering if you could speak, maybe I'll go to National Seniors, if you could speak to the importance of those services and the risks that we face if they're lost.
The social connectedness is incredibly important. We need to have as many people still continuing to socialise and be connected in their communities. And that's where the program provides support around that in particular. And in particular, if we're trying to slow down challenges around both physical and mental health as people age, it's important to have those services in place. So we need to, as folk get older, we need to make sure that there is that support in place. And that is a concern to us, that not necessarily support at home has the same extent of support for those social aspects.
If I may add, that the complete agreement with what Chris has said. The issue, we talk a lot about some of the services within CHSP, such as Meals and Wheels, community transport. Absolutely, those things have to be funded differently than support at home programs are. The bit we don't talk about as much is the social connectedness, and that's where a lot of that re-enablement focus comes from. It's about making life worth living, not just an existence. And the reason those are at risk is because if in a package-based system, people have to choose to spend their money on them, and what we often find is people will save their money for things that are maybe more immediately tangible, like cleaning, like a nurse coming and helping them manage their diabetes, and go, I won't bother with the social connectedness services, and are then lonely. Whereas in CHSP, those services are there if you wish to take them, and people do. If you're providing them within a package system, you will need a certain number of people to turn up, or you can't run them at all. This is a particular problem for something like cottage respite, which is high cost, $800 or $900 a night. If nobody turns up that day, you can't run the service. Whereas if you are block funded, just to be there just in case someone needs you, it will continue. So that's where I think we're going to see real problems.
One final question from me before I pass on the call to my colleagues. You both talked about in your submissions as well concerns around if, in terms of home modifications and assistive technology, if CHSP, once it transitioned to support at home, was to have similar caps. And I'm wondering if you could speak to your concerns around that and what that means in terms of, I guess, a false economy.
Well,
if you want to start, Mr. Grice.
Clearly, under support at home, there are not the same levels of support that currently exist in CHESP, and that obviously, savings there from our perspective is a false economy, and that there should be at least consistency across the programs as far as those services are concerned.
When we say it's a false economy, are either of you able to elaborate on the sorts of impacts that we're going to see if people don't get those modifications? Maybe if I go to Ageing Australia.
I think under CHSP you've got the $15,000 cap per year, which recognises that change is incremental and that you need to make improvements over time. That costs money, and it might be for different things each year. And if you don't actually have those home improvements and modifications, you may not have a safe space for you in your own home anymore. And of course, as we know, moving into residential aged care is probably not the preference of the older person, and it also costs the system significantly more.
And the reality is, in support at home, there's a lifetime cap instead of an annual cap. And that means if you have your home adapted for your needs as a relatively healthy 75-year-old with some additional needs, a ramp or grab rails, will not be your needs for your home to be safe when you're 85 and have a greater level of health issues. But if you've spent your annual cap when you were 75, what do? Do Do you go into residential care simply because we won't spend another $10,000 on your support at home needs, which will save the taxpayer a huge amount of money and be better for the older person? So CHSP is able to be much more flexible and responsive around at-home modifications than support at home. This is one of the areas where actually we want that to change in support at home, but let's not throw it away for CHSP.
All right, thank you. I'm going to pass on the call to my colleagues, and we have roughly 10 minutes each for the opposition and the government. So I'll go to Senator Ruston.
Yeah, look, thank you. And your submissions speak for themselves. I suppose the thing that is concerning me in reading the submissions is that, you know, there's a level of concern that has been expressed by both your organisations about, you know, sort of basically throwing the baby out with the bathwater if we get rid of CHSP, and it's more impactful in shallow markets, smaller communities, you know, culturally diverse communities, etc., etc. What is your view about the inevitability of CHSP no longer being in existence? Because it strikes me as everybody's got concerns, but nobody's actually saying that maybe we should retain CHSP. Maybe, of course, everything is subject to improvement, or at least retain CHSP until we've hit a number of milestones. So I suppose, roundabout way, the question is, do you think that as we're sitting here right now, that we are even remotely in a position to be able to pursue a single product market, or do you think we should be very seriously considering putting this on hold, at least, if not perhaps redesigning to keep a CHSP style model?
We are definitely not ready. And I'm very concerned about CHSP rolling into support at home, firstly, whilst we have the problems that we have with support at home, but secondly, whilst we have no idea what the programme design is. So, you know, the government announcement is no sooner than 1st of July 2027, and good, because it doesn't tie us to a specific date. But we need to know what is going to be fixed and by when before that date is going to be fixed. So absolutely, I do worry about it being kept forever separate, because I think it's been at risk from a policy perspective ever since it was designed, being out as a different thing. But I'd rather keep it separate and keep the strengths it has than merge it into support at home and lose all of those strengths. So until we can see that moving it into support at home will actually make things better, we don't want it moved into support at home.
So to that end, you know, the thing that if you look at the journey of ageing that I would have to be critical of is that it seems to be episodic. You know, you might go into retirement living and have a series of things that sit around that. You might go to CHSP and then you go in and out, and then you go into support at home or the old home care packages, and then there's residential care, and then there's palliative care, then there's respite care. It seems to me that nobody's actually had a look at a reform package that would enable the journey of ageing to be a seamless one for older Australians. And this looks like it's just going to be another example where that becomes another challenge. I mean, do you have a view as to whether we should be putting down the reform button in terms of implementation and actually having a serious think about the journey of older Australians in their process of ageing?
Well, I'm sure you have a view, Chris, but for me first, the thing about CHSP is it's always been the glue that makes all the other bits work. And so anything that disrupts its ability to do that, I mean, there are some artificial problems at the moment whereby if you get a support at home package, you can no longer access CHSP, which is just silly because it provides different things. If we don't have that, look, we talk about the continuum of ageing, of it being a constant journey that changes and ebbs and flows, and you should be supported to live that continuum by services. And as you point out, at the moment you're not. It is episodic, and it doesn't enable that. So CHSP has done its best to be the bit that makes that journey a continuum. The reforms, if they're rushed or done badly, will take away that, and we won't even have that supporting older people through that journey.
Sure, Mr. Cross, I'm sure you've got a view.
And we're seeing the unintended consequence in the system, and even the stranded patients into the hospital system. And so that, you know, how worse is that going to get? If we don't have a one consumer perspective and actually having the systems integrating where, you know, the state is working with the federal government to have as you suggested, Senator, a one consumer perspective where all of the systems are actually integrated. They are working together in one cohesive manner to provide appropriate care and support.
And just to add on, Senator, if ongoing support at home budgets force nursing, allied health, personal care and domestic supports to compete with one capped pool, clinical care will be displaced first. So that's also our concern.
Yeah, and you only have to note the different costs associated depending on the delivery of these services, depending on which model you sit in. I mean, I think, it was really quite scary when I was sitting there looking through where we're at the moment. We've been through a lot of reform, and then, of course, the new Act came in on the 1st of November 2025. We're talking about bringing pricing caps in July 2026. We're then talking about the idea of bringing in a multi-provider model, which changes things again sometime, sort of middle of next year. And we're talking about CHSP transitioning into support at home at the same time. Now, that just seems to me like the most ridiculous amount of reform to undertake in the space of less than 18 months. But the thing that bothers me, and I'll be interested in your views, is that we keep talking about timeframes. You need a year to do this, or you need 6 months to do that. These things cannot be happening at the same time. That we need to bed one thing down before we move on to the next one. Has anybody given any thought about, okay, at what point do we accept that the supported home program has been embedded into our system in a way that is satisfactory, and all of the teething problems of transition have been taken out? Is that not a better way to decide when that is done, and you can tick all these boxes and say all these things are in place, then we will move to the next thing, then we will move to the next thing? Because at the moment it just seems like we've got all these timeframes out there, and the timeframes create great uncertainty and distress and anxiety. So just keen, has anybody given any thought about what we could go back to the government and say, why don't you do this before you do that?
Yeah, and when we talk timeframes, what we're assuming is all of the things we want fixed are fixed, and then you get 12 months. But the things that need to be fixed, we need to have waiting times in support at home that are much more reasonable before we make any change that increases drastically the number of people in that programme. If Commonwealth Home Support went into support at home in whatever way, today there'd be another 800,000 people in support at home. Now, originally, support at home and CHSP were supposed to be merged, or home care packages, on the same day, and we advocated for it to be pushed back because we knew that putting 1 million odd people in one programme on one day. We didn't do that with the NDIS. We did it over 3 years, and it was still very challenging. So we can't. You're right. We want timeframes, but we want the clock on the timeframes to start only once those problems are resolved. There are a lot of teething problems with support at home around IT transition, around billing, around providers being able to be funded for the services they've delivered. Those things have to be fixed before the clock starts on a CHSP change. And the other thing to remember, as you've alluded to, our sector has been being changed. It has been in a constant process of changing since before the Royal Commission. Yes. Our sector is exhausted. We are seeing executives, middle managers and frontline staff leaving, unfortunately, in droves. We've seen a number of CEOs of organisations announce resignations in the last 2 months, the highest number I've ever seen in a short period of time. And a lot of that is because of burnout. So whatever we do, we have to recognise that this is not a system full of robots. Any change will take huge organisational and individual effort. Let's not pile that on top of a whole heap of other things that are not yet fixed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just finally, you made comments in both of your opening statements about, community support, etc., and how CHSP, as a general model, is embedded within community and volunteers. I mean, the old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. You could probably say it takes a village to support an older person in their journey of ageing. How do you think this is likely to impact in terms of community support and, as you say, you mentioned social cohesion? Because once again, it looks like the baby's going out with the bathwater.
Well, our concern is in particular in that around carers and family members and the impact that that's having. Obviously, there's the person that's impacted, but there's this ripple effect that occurs, and that even, if you look at it from the point of view of the nation's productivity, is that we've got people who are having to step out of paid work to support that carer because the system is letting them down. And probably also, if I may, Senator, just quickly respond also to the question before, is that there should be actual milestones or trigger events. And no better trigger event than the commitment, which was, as far as support at home is concerned, for 30 days.
Yeah.
That should be the significant trigger, is that once that is under control, then the flow-on effect can occur in terms of transitioning the other program into the other. That's an important commitment that should be made.
So to that end, there's the government have got, I think it's 300,000 home care packages over 10 years with a target that suggests what they're going to release is going to enable that wait list to go from, what is it at the moment, 130,000 or whatever it is, but down to an average of at 8, 9, 10, 11 months or whatever it is, down to 3 months. I mean, in any universe, can you see how that could occur with 800,000 people coming into the system?
Well, and that's the million-dollar question. Until we can see actual progress on getting down to that. I mean, the Royal Commission said 30 days wait. The government has committed to 90 days wait. We still think it should be 30, but 90 is a damn sight better than the 9, 10, 11, 12 months people are waiting. Until we can see we've made progress on that, and at the moment we can't. It doesn't look like we have. Yep. And we need to see those waiting time numbers released much more frequently, because we can never quite keep ahead of it. Then, no, absolutely not. You can't put 800,000 people into a programme if it's going to make people wait even longer or cause those numbers not to come down. The statistic that I find really illustrative of the importance of CHSP is almost 40% of those 800,000 people are in regional or remote communities, which is much more than the proportion of the community as a whole. And it shows you CHSP is supporting rural and regional communities. And in many ways, it's supporting them to continue to exist as communities, because older people can stay there. These are often shrinking communities. If older people have to move away because there is no aged care service in that town, CHSP is the only service, then those communities are no longer viable. So I think there's a lot of reasons to get this right, and no real reason to rush.
I think maybe just one quick point to add as well. We also have to remember that there are about 100,000 people on the wait list to be assessed, so they're not even officially on there. So it's actually more like 200 and something thousand waiting for a package.
Yeah, well aware of that.
Just before I go to Senator Cox, can I just ask one quick clarifying question? You talked about co-design. You've also talked about the need for triggering events and reaching milestones. Is it your position that co-design shouldn't even start until you've reached particular triggering events, to give people a chance to actually fix the first thing before thinking about co-design, or you? No?
Co-design has to start now, because there are issues with CHSP that need to be fixed. You know, it has a lot of historical quirks, because it was the merger of state-based HAC programs. You know, community transport is done differently in New South Wales than it is in Queensland or in WA, not always for good reason. So we want co-design to be a constant process. Yes. And when I've said you need those gateways, well, that was your language, Chris, but you know, when we need certain things to be fixed before the clock starts, the co-design should be done before that. Yes. Because when the clock starts, we want complete certainty. We want 12 months of complete certainty on what the programme will look like before it starts. If the clock starts and then you do co-design, we won't have 12 months. And that's what we had with Support at Home. We were still receiving guidance updates the night before it came in. That's not 12 months of clear air.
And just to highlight that too, there were 200 documents released the day before, with it being fairly unclear as to what was new and what was changed.
On the end of the last day of October.
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I just quickly go to, if you could possibly explain for us currently how your CHSP services are currently funded and how you go about planning service delivery within that funding model?
So largely, Commonwealth home support providers are contracted. They receive a grant or a block funding allocation to deliver certain types of services with certain levels of service delivery, you know, this many people or this many community transport trips or this many meals delivered. A lot of those contracts, this is one of the problems with CHSP, are historical. So they're based on the demand at some time in the past. Particularly if you take something like...
Can you give us a time frame? Sorry to interrupt you.
That's all right.
Can you give us a time frame when you say historical? Are you talking about the last few years? Are you talking about previous governments? Sorry to
it can be very, very historical. It can be, years and years and years in the past. If you take community transport as an example, their funding model has been based on a unified single cost per trip, which is nowhere near the actual cost per trip now for, I don't know how many years, but a lot. And that's caused huge problems for community transport providers. So that is one of the downsides. And again, because it was HAC in each of the different states, often you've just inherited the contracts that the HAC providers had. And that's, 12 years ago or 10 years ago? It's a long time in the past. The idea is that a CHSP provider is allowed to flex funding between different service types. So if you're a CHSP provider delivering 6 different service types, and one of them the demand is a little bit lower than predicted, and another one is a little bit higher, you can move money between those programs, and that's the community responsiveness that is so valued. Because its funding has been so starved for so long, the ability of most CHSP providers to actually do that has been limited, which is why you're seeing closed lists, CHSP providers not being able to provide any additional services. That's not the design, that's because the funding hasn't gone up with demand.
Okay, thank you, that's really helpful. Can you explain to me, or to the committee, do you make use of the current co-contributions with respect to the funding in CHSP services that you provide, and give us some insight about how that system currently works?
So co-contributions have been a feature of CHSP for forever. They're generally not very high, and not all providers will take them, but they have been a part of that system basically since it was established. And again, because it is a feature, it was a feature of the HAC systems at the state level, it became a feature of CHSP. I don't know if we know quantums, but no. But it is a feature of CHSP.
And currently, like that system works. What we've heard from previous witnesses in the last hearing was that they're able to be flexible in that. Is that correct?
Yes. You don't have to take the charge or charge the money, but these charges aren't very big, but people are generally paying those charges if the provider applies them, and that's been an accepted principle for a long time. They're not anywhere near the scale of the charges that you see in support at home, but the principle is there.
Okay, that's great. In instances where there are co-contributions, though, that do form part of that CHSP funding model, can you talk us through is there means testing that's involved in that? How does that work? Is it something that is done and applied by you?
So when someone enters CHSP, they are assessed just like they would be under support at home. And there is means testing involved there. I think one of the challenges for CHSP providers is that a lot of the participants that they're supporting do not really have the means to pay for these services. And so that's a large challenge for providers, because if we're relying on co-contributions for all CHSP services, then that's where we get into trouble.
That's great. I've just got one final question, Chair, just conscious of time. I have heard your evidence, your opening statement, but also just picking up on Senator Ruston's question around in terms of lead times and practicalities. I know you talked a lot about co-design. What is it that you would like to see by the way of the transitioning of those arrangements on CHSP?
Well, for us, what we would like to see is a very open conversation with government about what the intent is, because at the moment we've got 1 July 2027, and even though it says no sooner than, I think everybody's kind of assuming it will be 1 July 2027 and at this point we don't know.
It's a big assumption, and I think we cleared that up with the last hearing, is that no sooner than means no sooner than. It's not I think what others have said is an ultimate deadline. So sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's for clarity.
I think the no sooner than is really important, but out there in provider land, people are very unsure of what it really means, but we have not any real sense of what it will look like or what government intends it to look like. Because it's fine for government to have a position and then we work through that. What it is not fine to do is to just say, here it is, we'll do a little bit of consultation for a month or two and then we're implementing it anyway. So we need to have that open conversation about what CHSP will look like in the future. And we need to be able to have this very open conversation about whether it is the right thing to transition it. Now, our position is, as long as it's transitioned into support at home in a way that keeps it separate, I think of support at home with 2 programs within it, not CHSP being merged into packages, but a package program and a block and pool funded program within support at home, then that's fine. We can support that and accept it. But let's have that conversation about, will changing it now make it better or worse? If the answer is worse, don't do it. Just fix CHSP as it is.
That's great. Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. That concludes our evidence for this panel. Thank you very much for giving us your time and for providing us with your submissions. We know that there's been a lot going on in aged care and it puts a big burden on you to be continually submitting to us, but your evidence is extremely helpful. The committee will report to the Senate on Wednesday the 15th of April 2026, and we've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on 2 March 2026, but I don't think we took any today, so that's fine. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Do we have our lived experience witnesses online? Great, okay. I'm now going to welcome a panel of lived experience witnesses. So both of those witnesses are appearing via video conference. So we have Jen and Robin. Just a reminder for our senators that this panel is a evidence-only panel. We won't be asking questions. So thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. This session is an opportunity for you to make a short statement to the committee. I note that we have roughly about 7 or 8 minutes for each. I would also like to remind witnesses not to disclose any personal or private information such as dates of birth or addresses during the statement because this hearing is being broadcast live. I'm going to go to our witnesses, and I might start with Jen, and I know this always seems weird because I've already said your name, but Jen, could I ask you to state your first name only for the benefit of the Hansard transcript?
Good morning all, my name is Jen.
Thank you very much, and I'll now go to Robin, if you could do the same. Do we have Robin online? Hi Robin, could you just state your name for the benefit of the transcript? Okay, we might go to Jen first, and Robin, I'll come back to you to do that once we come to your evidence. So Jen, if you could give us your evidence for about the next 7 to 8 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I share this evidence with consent from my husband. I speak to you with a history of senior roles in healthcare. My work history and academic record afford me an understanding and an appreciation of the need to model, quantify and evaluate the benefits and weaknesses of systems of care to ensure the delivery of optimal evidence-based care appropriate to need. I ask, where is the modelling here? With support at home flailing as evidenced by the voices of recipients and administrators, why merge CHISP, which currently supports over 835,000 people? It sounds risky to me, a gamble, but my voice is now that of a consumer living in regional Victoria, a carer, an older Australian and volunteer advocate. So I need to hope the government will listen to the recommendations of this committee and those of the Royal Commission and industry experts. I contacted My Aged Care during 23 as I needed low-level support to care for my husband post-stroke and cognitive changes. I self-referred in January 23 and we were assessed in our home early March. The process was collaborative and respectful. Our provider was empathetic and services were in place over a period of several weeks. Services included physio at the local hospital, an OT assessment, respite, domestic assistance and gardening with annual gutter and window cleaning. Our contribution was $20 an hour for domestic assistance, $11.50 an hour for respite, and $35 an hour for gardening, annual window cleaning and annual gutter cleaning. I felt relieved knowing there was local support to help me care for my husband in our home. Workers became part of our community. In August of that year, a diagnosis of Alzheimer's dementia was confirmed. I requested consideration of a home care package. My husband was assessed at the end of October, and we were notified we'd been assigned a level 3 package and needed to find a provider by mid-April 24, almost 6 months. However, in that time, in December, my husband became ill from COVID and was not expected to survive. A CT scan revealed a large tumour next to his heart, and so began even more heartache, worry and trips to Melbourne for medical appointments. At times, 8 hours were turned in one day as we had pets at home. He eventually had surgery 6 months later as he was so deconditioned from COVID. I requested a reassessment as funding had not yet been approved, and I urgently needed equipment and services in place to enable me to nurse him post-operatively. We were upgraded to a level 4 package and funding began in late April. However, surgery was in May and the package system could not meet acute need in this time. I was desperate to be able to care for him at home. I purchased an electric high-low bed from Marketplace, recarpeted his room, purchased a lift chair and bathroom aids to enable me to care for him without causing harm to either of us. I funded this from our superannuation. We are fortunate to be able to afford this, as many older Australians cannot. Without this equipment at home, I could not have nursed my husband post-operatively. This background is our very personal summary of life as we commenced our navigation of My Aged Care and CHISP, as is so often the case for many older Australians who access aged care at a vulnerable and stressful time. We have an empathetic care partner supporting our requests, but the Support at Home program is ambiguous and navigation time consuming. For example, the in and out of scope document mentions Webster packs as being both in and out of scope. The 8th Community Pharmacy Agreement funds part of a Webster pack, so now we can no longer have this. It's not just the cost, but the principle of making a change like this in a program which is meant to support older Australians to age with dignity, choice and safety in their homes. To deny a Webster pack to a person with dementia is to limit their ability to be independent with medication administration. And it adds to my responsibilities as carer and my growing fatigue. A friend is no longer able to have blood glucose monitoring equipment, and he is struggling to have this funded through Support at Home. He's already lost 2 toes. Stories like this are heart-rending. Living with dementia 24/7 is different from working an 8-hour shift and going home at the end of that shift. Please remember, my shift started 3 years ago. 3 years ago, and in that time I've only had 2 episodes of respite, each of 1 week duration in Resi Care and 1 overnight respite in our home and several visits over 3 days. I've had no sick leave and no annual leave. The effort of advocating, the time taken, is wearying. My husband has said he would not have persisted with My Aged Care as it's too burdensome for him to manage. How many older Australians are now of this mindset and therefore risking further health challenges without support? I am making decisions for us both, and at times the weight is heavy. I need to actively care for myself as we both need me to continue managing our lives, or my husband faces the reality of aged care, residential aged care, a great cost to government and taxpayer and a disappointment and not our choice. My energy and time, the time of all carers, family and older Australians, should not be sapped by advocating for therapeutic goods. I ask the government to listen to the voices of older Australians, echoing the shared experience of stress and anguish, of navigating a system of care that at times is obstructive in its process and design, and now for many unaffordable. It's touted as a once-in-a-generation reform. If that is the case, why are we seeing the domino effects of hospital ramping and older people stranded in hospital, even though they are discharge ready? Or worse, entering aged care prematurely and at times isolated by distance from community. CHISP enabled us to access services in community without elongated wait periods. Our fully managed package on Support at Home now charges $120 an hour for domestic assistance and home maintenance, and essential gardening is $110 an hour, and respite $120 an hour. Support at home needs to support carers or the system will fall over. There are so many older Australians caring for each other. I also acknowledge the caring roles of younger Australians and how difficult that must be. Quarterly funding has made it more unlikely to afford respite in the home, as we can only carry forward $1,000 a quarter. Our experience of in-home respite was costly to our package, $2,300 for an overnight visit and several visits over 3 days. To date, it is difficult to fully comprehend what services we can afford, as we have not received a quarterly statement. As I continue to draw down on our savings, I ponder my own future ability to fund my own aged care, as we have seen health aspirations, life goals can change overnight with an unexpected diagnosis or two. Support at home is already facing significant shortcomings caring for older people who have transitioned to it. The system is 3 months in with many reports of difficulties faced by consumers. I feel deeply for those older Australians navigating this system alone, with little or no advocacy or digital literacy. We are fortunate to live in a wealthy country that can afford to care for its elders. I urge the committee to recommend government revisit the recommendations of the Royal Commission, address the concerns of providers, advocates and older Australians to ensure support at home can care for all of us already transitioned before risking the delivery of healthcare to a further 835,000 odd older Australians currently receiving CHISP. To merge CHISP with the support at home would undoubtedly lead to delays in assessment and services. Perhaps the remedy is to increase block funding of CHISP to ensure older Australians can access this flexible program no matter their postcode, and thus ease the burden of support at home as it is bedded down and evaluated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you for taking the time to share both you and your husband's stories and to advocate on behalf of others. We really appreciate your evidence today. Have we sorted out the issue with Robin's microphone? Robin, if you can hear me, apparently your microphone isn't working. Robin, do you want to try saying your name again? Okay. Robin, we're going to try calling you on your mobile and connecting you so that we can hear from you. So the committee secretariat's just going to call you now. We might suspend just for a couple of minutes while we get Robin on. if we can start broadcasting again. We're good to go. So we're now broadcasting again. Robin, if you could just state your name for the Hansard transcript, just your first name.
Yes, my name is Robin.
Thank you. And Robin, I'm now going to go to you to give your statement.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. It's a very important inquiry. I live in the Darabin local government area in Melbourne, the land of the Kulin Nation, and I'm aged 80. My 54-year career included roles in policy and program development, service management, service delivery, and primary health in government and community-based organisations in rural and isolated settings. Most roles were directly or indirectly related to aged care through initially the HAC program and then CHSP. I've worked in remote locations, monitoring the access of Aboriginal communities to health and aged care services. More recently, since moving to Melbourne from the southern region of New South Wales, I've been an aged care activist and advocate. I'm now a recipient of CHSP services. If I was permitted to ask the question, and everyone's lips, where is the evidence to support the transition of CHSP to supported home, I'd do so. Why would government consider throwing 830,000 more hapless souls onto the sinking ship of supported home? That unacceptable question aside, I do believe that the community deserves evidence to support the program transition. As a recent recipient of CHSP services delivered by two public Darabin organisations, namely Community Health and Council, I have been hugely impressed with every aspect of the service I've received. I'm at what I call the stop the rot stage of aged care, namely prevention and early intervention. The services I've received have been life-changing, and I'm safer and more confident living alone. I'm now very positive about the prospect of living in my home until I drop off quickly. As an accidental activist in Darabin, 2018 to 2022, I led a group of fierce elders campaigning to reverse a council decision to relinquish the CHSP funding. The reasons provided by council to our group were the imminent ending of block funding, initially due to commence in 2018, the inadequacy of the funding causing council to apply an additional $6 million of its own funds annually, the inability of council to compete in a marketised transactional market as it remunerated its workers under an award, which offered decent wages and conditions, and importantly, that the CHSP, the home care package financial reporting requirements were incompatible with local government requirements. You may believe that our activism is irrelevant history, but not so. Our group campaign gained huge community support and caused council to reconsider and ultimately reverse the decision to relinquish the funds. I find it deliciously ironic that I'm now receiving high-quality council services. This experience reinforced lessons I had learned working in rural and isolated parts of New South Wales. People value locally based services delivered by local CHSP organisations employing local people are an essential part of the fabric of the community and its economy. They are usually trusted. We found in rural and isolated New South Wales, large corporate providers based in regional centres are not acceptable to many people and cause some to refuse services. Obviously, service refusal leads to the risk of adverse outcomes, including furniture institutionalisation. Until my Darugin days, I believed that this was a country thing. Now I know otherwise. In Victoria, we are blessed to have public providers continuing to offer CHSP services. In Darugin, I discovered the Community Health Centre employs teams of allied health professionals, and their well-supported and supervised roles extend far beyond the provision of aged care. This is a very efficient use of resources and guarantees high quality, responsible, affordable and timely service. We are now learning about numerous small aged care organisations being consumed by large corporates. Small organisations have lost confidence in their viability and future under the supported home program arrangements. Small organisations usually lack the significant administrative infrastructure required to sustain supported home activities. People in my generation prefer to be polite. In this instance, I find it difficult. Government has been undermining CHSP service providers for many years. Talk about pulling the rug out from under providers' feet. What is the hidden agenda? Sorry, I've lost my point. In 1991, way back then, I drafted the ACT government's first healthy ageing policy. As we all know, policy cannot be developed on a whim and must be supported through extensive research and evidence gathering. So what can be the basis of this policy? Is there secret data to support a transition? CHSP delivers services in a cost-effective way. It offers recipients opportunities in an entry-level service with a focus on prevention, early intervention and re-ablement. Surely it benefits people in the economy when a decline into frailty, hospitalisation and residential care can be delayed, or perhaps even averted. Many people in my very wide network share these views. They, like me, abhor the transactional nature and marketisation thrust on us by supported home. They refuse to be regarded as a commodity. In Darwin, I have contact with frail people who have complex needs and yet are declining a package. They're determined to continue receiving CHSP services from people they know and trust. I know that CHSP access is very limited in many locations. Surely this is in breach of the legislation which promises equitable access to services for all Australians. On a final note, I remind everyone that the legislation promises us choice, which surely must include choice of the service type that provides my services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. The committee really appreciates your evidence. Lived experience evidence is crucial to the committee's deliberations, and I want to thank you for your time in preparing that today. So thank you to both Jen and Robin for your evidence today. That concludes this lived experience panel. And just to let you know that the committee will be reporting to the Senate on Wednesday, the 15th of April 2026. So thank you very much again to Jen and Robin.
Thank you.
We're now going to move to our next panel. So I'm going to welcome representatives from Silverchain, Flexicare and Catholic Health Australia to the table. and noting that Silver Chain is going to be appearing via video conference. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could state your full names and the capacity in which you appeared, and we might start with Silver Chain online first.
Hello, Carolyn Bell, Executive Director for Aged Care, Silver Chain.
Do we have Ms Perry there as well? Ms Perry, if you're there, if you could just state your full name for the Hansard transcript. You're on mute, Ms Perry.
Yes, my apologies. I've just changed my microphone settings. It's Bronwyn Perry, Executive Director, Strategic Communications at Silver Chain.
Great, thank you. And at the table.
Thank you. Adrian Morgan, General Manager, FlexiCare.
And Joel Reading, Acting CEO of Auscare.
Great, thanks very much, everyone. I'm now going to invite each of our witnesses to make some short opening remarks, and then we'll go to questions from senators. So we might start with our folks online. So over to you, Silver Chair, for some opening remarks.
Thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Carolyn Bell, and together with my colleague Bronwyn Perry, we are representing Silver Chain, a national not-for-profit organisation that has been supporting Australians to live safely and well at home for more than 130 years. Today, Silver Chain supports more than 32,000 people through CHSP and 7,200 people through Support at Home across metropolitan, regional and remote Australia. We share the government's ambition for a strong, sustainable Support at Home program, and we want it to succeed, but it needs time to stabilise before we consider another transition. At the heart of these reforms are older people, people who want to remain independent and receive support that makes sense to them when they need it. CHSP works because it's simple, trusted and easy to access. It provides help early, often the first time someone accepts support. It prevents decline, avoids hospitalisations and helps carer burnout. Support at Home is confusing for consumers. Many are unclear about co-contributions and worried they will be worse off. Some are choosing to stay on CHSP even when needing high levels of care. Support at Home has great potential, but it is still a work in progress. Assessment systems are under strain, government communication has been inadequate, the service list needs refinement, and the financial impacts on older people are not well understood. Transitioning more than 800,000 CHSP clients into this environment risks confusion, harm and loss of trust. We recommend more time, clear communication and a phased transition that puts older people's safety and understanding ahead of arbitrary deadlines. We strongly caution against layering this transition with other major system disruptions such as capped pricing and multi-provider model. Older Australians deserve a system that is stable, easy to understand and genuinely supportive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to go to FlexiCare.
Thank you for the opportunity to share FlexiCare's perspectives with the committee. FlexiCare is a not-for-profit provider of home care services, CHSP, veterans, Support at Home, operate in Brisbane South, and they've been in existence since 1992. As we said in our submission, FlexiCare would be very concerned if CHSP was absorbed into Support at Home, especially if Support at Home's design remains unchanged. CHSP is the part of the home care system that is working most effectively. It's a fundamentally sound program supporting 840,000 older people to continue living safely and well in their homes and communities. It's at a reasonable cost to themselves and to the community. Without CHSP, Many participants would find themselves fighting for a scarce residential place or unnecessarily occupying a hospital bed. CHSP's most significant weaknesses relate to prolonged underinvestment. There's been a failure to keep up with the real cost increases and a failure to expand service availability in line with growing population of older people. In contrast to CHSP, Support at Home is a significantly flawed program, which is unnecessarily pushing up costs, creating complexity and confusion for older people and providers, causing needless delays and being slow to respond to people's changing needs. It also encourages participants to concentrate unduly on the cost of services and not on their quality or their effectiveness. Absorbing CHSP into Support at Home as it exists would involve significant disruption to hundreds of thousands of people, as well as to the systems that are essentially working well, without a clear rationale other than being able to say we have one home care program. If CHSP is rolled into Support at Home, older people will be paying more and receiving less, and the cost to the Commonwealth will likely be greater. CHSP's operations and funding can and should be improved, but it certainly should not be abandoned.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to go to Catholic Health.
Yes, thank you. My name is Joel Reading. I'm here today representing Catholic Health Australia, one of the largest groupings of non-government health and aged care providers in the country. I'm currently the acting CEO of Auscare. Auscare is a special work of the St Vincent de Paul Society in Queensland, so therefore we're a not-for-profit. We're a significant provider of residential and community-based care, but we also operate retirement living and a hospital. We have an employee base of about 5,000 people. Every day we provide care and support to 3,000 Support at Home participants across Queensland and 8,000 CHSP service recipients. Like others who've spoken today, we are very firmly of the view that CHSP is one of the most effective and best value investments that we have in the Australian aged care system. It's light touch, it's preventative, it helps people remain independent, maintain their well-being and particularly avoid premature entry into the higher cost streams of the system. This preventative focus is essential because early intervention improves outcomes for our recipients and reduces pressure across the broader system. Transition to Support at Home represents a real opportunity to perhaps streamline access, improve equity and simplify the system, but achieving it depends on preserving the best elements of CHSP. We don't want to see those abandoned. We particularly want to see its community-based, flexible and relationship-centred approach maintained within whichever framework it lands in. We have to also take constructive lessons from the reform process, including the recent transition to Support at Home. Large-scale transitions require all the rules and guidance to be provided well in advance so providers can plan their workforce, systems and service delivery safely, and also an adequate transition funding scheme. We're talking about 830,000 clients and 1,200 providers here. This is exponentially larger than Support at Home was. Finally, reforms should avoid inducing disruptive structural changes, for example, price caps in an immature Support at Home market risk. We don't want to see reduced services, narrow choice. We don't want to see destabilised providers, and particularly in regional thin markets, which is areas where we have a fairly large presence. In short, CHSP works. It is our opinion that the task before us is not to replace it, but to build upon it, preserving its strengths while improving access, consistency and sustainability across the system for older Australians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all our panellists for keeping your remarks brief so that we have plenty of time for questions. I'm going to start with Senator Cox, who's online.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I just go to, I'm sorry, I missed the gentleman's name who gave his opening statement first.
Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Morgan. In your opening statement, you made a comment that Support at Home is a flawed program. Can I ask you to expand on that and your understanding of why it's flawed?
I understand the committee's having a separate inquiry into this, so we didn't actually go into that in a great deal of detail in our submission. But essentially it's flawed because of really two reasons in my view. One is its individual funding model, which means that by necessity it will cost a lot more to run than will a bulk funded model. And there are things that are intrinsic to an individual funding model that are problematic. There are some good things about it as well, and I'll acknowledge that, but there's certainly some fundamental problems. The idea of bringing 800,000 plus people into an individual funding model is extremely concerning. I can't see from a practical point of view how we would get it done without years and years of work, and I don't know what benefit it would deliver. But secondly, with support at home, my other major concern with it is actually about the detail of the way it's been designed that is beyond the problems with individual funding models, but actually about its sheer complexity. And we don't have enough time today to talk our way through those complexities. But to give you just one example, the attempt to obtain support for people for things like aids and appliances is an extraordinary, convoluted process. It's unsure, it's long, it takes enormous amounts of home care provider time and achieves less than can be done under CHSP.
Thank you very much. This is a question, I suppose, for both of you or all of you, including the ones that are online. Do you see any efficiencies, or what are those efficiencies that you might foresee coming to your organisation through the consolidation of CHSP into support at home?
I'm happy to make a start on that. So I think the recommendations of bringing together under a single program, there are merits in that and definitely advantages to that. A single assessment system, clarity around that entry pathway, the alignment with quality standards, the tiered and risk managed registration approach, I think are all examples of where there are advantages of coming together. And I think the focus for obviously this inquiry is around how then the CHSP program and what's great about the CHSP program can then be retained in that model and how the model needs to adapt to support that.
Do either of you at the table wish to make a comment?
Thank you, Ms Bell.
So we're a little bit agnostic in regards to whether it's outside support at home or within. All we really want to see is all those positive benefits are retained.
And from my point of view, I think it'll actually go the other way. I think it'll add to complexity and inefficiency because of the sheer complexity of support at home and the way that it operates.
Thank you. I'm not sure there was any other comments that wanted to be made.
If the support at home model was to creep its way into CHSP, we'd be very concerned. The block funding, the grant funding available for services that are just inherently unsustainable with singular inputs, we would have to consider very seriously about, do we continue operating our day respite centres? Our dementia advisory service, one of the most favourably commented programs in all of Auscare, would be at risk. And we would be particularly worried about regional Queensland.
Just regional Queensland? Do you only operate in regional Queensland?
Well, we could probably absorb it more readily in the southeast corner where the numbers are, but where the thinner markets are probably poses a greater risk for us. And in those other thinner markets, we participate with other organisations to help us do work that we haven't got the skill sets to do. we would be very worried about those sorts of organisations deciding to cease.
Thank you for clarifying that. In terms of lead times and other practicalities, I know that lots of witnesses have talked to us about what it looks like in the transition or in the way of transitioning arrangements for the CHSP, and just noting that the date of 1 July 27, no sooner than, versus, what I think some anxiety exists in the sector around that it's a hard date, and that's what the government are planning. I'm keen to understand what you think those lead-in times and what those practicalities might look like from your perspective. So,
well,
I don't know.
Having lived through the reform process for 2 years, that's of absolute critical importance to us. Long story short, 1 July, okay, but we would argue that means everything has to be settled, finalised, guidance material issued no later than 1 December. The transition time to move the practices, IT systems, etc., is astronomical. And to be perfectly frank, when things didn't happen the first time around, we moved heaven and earth to get ready for the anticipated commencement date. We burnt a lot of staff goodwill and spent a great deal of money. And we do not want to go through that again.
From our point of view, we'd like to see the date pushed back at least 3 years to give sufficient time to do all the bits that are required. I preferred, though, what I heard earlier in the hearings today, where the idea is rather than a set amount of time, that it be driven by particular things being achieved and bedded down properly before we move on. So, but I think the sooner we can announce that the date of the middle of the year next year is not even in contention, I think would be helpful for a lot of people. I would also support what Joel said about the need for plenty of lead time for fundamental things like guidelines, IT, organised well in advance. My understanding is with Support at Home, they are still changing things within Services Australia IT week by week right now, causing disruption. This is not the way to do a major rollout. And also, as noted before, we're talking about 830,000 plus people. The implications of getting this wrong are far more significant than they were with Support at Home even.
Thank you. We would echo a number of the comments that have already been made. I think it is too early in the transition of Support at Home and the stabilisation of Support at Home to be confident that Support at Home is the right program and suitable for the CHSP program. The mid-2027 guideline timeframe, we would recommend that 2028 as the earliest transition. The reason for that is to allow that stabilisation to actually determine what is the model that will support the transition of CHSP type clients, to look at how we can ensure that all of the great things about CHSP are retained and captured in that model, and considerations around where block funding still makes sense, how we cater to thin markets, how we ensure that the service list actually meets the needs that are required across our older cohort with broad needs and different environments of how that care is delivered. We're also concerned about the stacking of reforms and would caution against that. Capped pricing, a multi-provider model and CHSP transition are all significant reforms that need time and bandwidth to be able to do them properly, well considered and with appropriate guidance, communication, information, not only for providers but also for the community, so that the community are prepared and understand what they're transitioning into and how they're supported.
That's great. I just wanted to clarify one bit of evidence that was given earlier, and I think Senator Allman-Payne may have reiterated this. I just wanted to get some clarity from you all, because I think the co-design has been a really key theme that I've picked up that that providers are saying that they want to embark on. And then there was a piece of evidence given recent witnesses that talked a little bit more about staging the process, observing it and reflecting on it, which is really sort of action research methodology, if I can sort of go there. Co-design is at the front end and sort of building your plan from a blank canvas as someone who's worked in that area for a long time. But that having a co-design process, critically then acting, observing and reflecting on what it is that you get and bedding that down. I just wanted to get some clarity. Is that what you as providers are saying to us?
Well, I'm happy to lead and say... Oh, sorry.
Ms Bell, if you want to go first online and then we'll come to Mr Morgan. Thank you for deferring, Mr Morgan. Oh, sorry, Ms Perry.
Apologies, I think there's a delay in the broadcast. Look, our view is that co-design is needed both with providers who are delivering the care and understand the broad experience of clients across Australia and across multiple different types of client experience. Of course, that's not singular and it's not unanimous, so we're mindful of that. But also co-design with older people. As my colleague mentioned earlier, there are several services available in CHISP that are not available in supported home. We wouldn't want to see those lost to the in-home aged care system, and they're very important supports. But also it's important, some of the feedback that the sector has given the department, and I do want to acknowledge our colleagues in the department for the work that they've done to get as best they could to 1 November. There is still, it's not a set and forget, there's still a significant amount of work that is needed now to refine the support at home model. It got us to the 1st of November, but as other witnesses have mentioned, there is still a lot of bumps in the road that we're still actively working on, both as providers in the back end of our systems, in care delivery and care partnering, how the system works. The community's understanding of how the system works is really key for us. That those things would need to be refined and working much better before we look at whether CHISP should transition or not, and we're agnostic on that at this point. But it is too early to tell whether that would be manageable for the sector and also for more than 800,000 older people.
Thank you, Ms Perry.
From our point of view, we'd be very pleased to see genuine co-design occurring, and particularly maybe picking up on the notion of the action research, Senator, that you mentioned, the idea of doing small things, having a sense where you're going, but then taking small steps along the way and checking them before you come along with other very big changes. I think one of the other things that would be very important in that is to have people involved who have detailed knowledge of the impact on the ground, not just in terms of, if you like, a broad policy approach, but also knowing how's that actually going to play out day to day within services and in older people's lives.
Thank you, Mr Morgan.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if Ms Bell wanted to make a comment either online.
Mr Redding, did you have a comment?
Yeah, look, we think that things such as waitlist management, prioritisation, budgets, they're things that still unresolved. We would like to see further work done on that.
Senator, nothing further to add from what my colleague has mentioned.
That's great. Thank you, Chair. That's all my questions.
All right, thanks very much, Senator Cox. I'm interested in the notion of consultation and co-design. I'm keen to understand at this point in time, from a service provider perspective, what information have you received from the department at this point in time about the transition for CHSP to support at home?
I haven't received any, I don't think, other than the press releases, other than the kind of the headlines. I'm seeing this inquiry as a very good way of us learning more.
Similarly speaking as a provider, but Catholic Health Australia, our peak body, do interact with the department a great deal. But I can't answer that in any detail.
So in terms of so they're interacting with the department, is that resulting in information coming to you as a provider so that you have any level of understanding about what is coming next?
When they get information, yes. We haven't got a great deal.
What information do you have so far?
Not a great deal, I'm afraid. Really, that some of those issues that we've asked to work through remain unresolved.
Yeah, okay.
Essentially, it's all the fundamentals that are missing. All the big questions that everybody's asking. It would be good to have a sense of where they're going, but more important, that they are the right answers, rather than it be rushed. That would be the other thing I'd say.
How would you normally receive that information? How would the department communicate that with you?
Well, in a variety of ways. I mean, we can use supported home as an example. There were formal documentation that was released, there were drafts, there were exposure drafts that were released, and also a series of webinars, fact sheets, various other things, and there was a lot about that that was very good. Part of the problem was it was all too late and without the detail, because the word I'd add in is detail with all of this, because often the difference between things working and not working is around a point of detail. You can change a word and that has major consequences for who's eligible or not, workforce, a whole lot of things.
One of the early speakers mentioned that hundreds of documents were dropped on us the day before. You can't transition organisations of our size in that manner. That's why we're specifically asking for 1 December, if it's July, with plenty of information so that we can prepare our workforce and our systems.
Would a 1 December date give you time to actually engage in meaningful co-design?
It would be very challenging.
No. No, there's far too many issues to be worked through. And people have reflected on them this morning. The things about supported home itself, but also about CHSP. How do you make sure you hang on to the best bits whilst also dealing with the need for some improvement? That will be time consuming.
Another aspect perhaps to consider is we have had a lot of change over 2 years. We don't need 830,000 extra put on us quickly. It would be very beneficial if we had a bit of a breather for a while to consolidate things that we're still changing now before we get in step.
I might just check with our witnesses who are online. Do you have anything to add to those questions?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, just wanted to confirm we haven't received any information relating to the transition of CHISP. There's obviously been information received about what is happening to CHISP under the new Aged Care Act, for example, and the Strength and Quality Standards. But there's been no information about the transition of CHISP, and as our colleagues in the room have reiterated, it's not as much about making sure that we have the information before a transition date, but how long we have the information before the transition date. There is a lot of change, as our colleagues in the room have shared, for the sector. We have used a lot of staff goodwill in the last 12 months to get ready for support at home and the Act changes, and we can't continue to ask people to be both delivering care, supporting clients, and also going above and beyond to learn new systems or design new processes. And so we do need that information well in advance, not 2, 3, 4, 6 weeks ahead of an implementation. That is key.
A number of you have mentioned concerns about the lack of clarity around timing. In a perfect world, what would you like the government to come out and say soon?
3 years.
Well, I've said 3 years not because I'm sure it's right, because it's my guess about how long all these things will probably take, but I do like the idea of actually announcing targets or milestones that once reached, we'll do the next bit. Once reached and bedded in, we do the next bit. I know that the sector calls for clarity about things, and I sometimes think we do ourselves a disservice by demanding clarity too early.
Look,
don't have a
particular time frame involved, but the past experience has not been good. We would really just reiterate, please don't do that to us again.
Ms Bell?
Yes, so I think beyond the timing, it's actually around the environment that is going to support a smooth transition for the sector, for providers, for government, importantly, for the community. And what we have at the moment is a transition that is still in its early phases. We are only 3 months into support at home. We are still trying to stabilise that environment. We know that support at home will need further refinement as it beds down. We also know there are other reforms to come, such as the capped pricing and the multi-provider model, that need consideration around sequencing. So I think the timing a lot depends on creating the right environment and the information that is going to enable a smooth transition and also a transition that supports quality and safety for our community.
Thanks very much, Ms Bell. I'm going to hand to...
Can I just ask
yes?
one follow-on from that before we go to Senator Ruston?
Ask you.
Just listening to the conversations that you've had about what's needed to put this in place and being conscious there are so many small providers in this space, what would be the best way forward? Would it be something that looked like a task force or something like that that would actually work on specific service areas, or would it be something that you're looking for, something else that you'd be looking for to break it down into other milestones to actually be able to work out a time frame to make this work?
My sense is we need a number of different approaches that engage both the peak organisations of both consumers and providers, but also possibly representative organisations from different parts of the system, small rural, large national, metropolitan, and whether they're workshops or task force. I think one of the other crucial things, and I think Tom said it when he was making his presentation this morning, it's got to be open communication. So let's not tie people down with a non-disclosure agreement, so we can't talk to our constituents about what's going on, but there needs to be very open communication within the broader community, consumers, providers, so we can test the ideas and get feedback on them.
Just one quick question to add to that. One of the submissions, I can't remember which one, I read suggested, for example, that there should be trial sites, for example, so that there's actual active feedback about how it's working on the ground before it's rolled out across the country. Interested to know whether you think that's an approach worth considering.
Look, it's been done before. I can't see why it wouldn't work. I would think maybe a hybrid model of task force plus perhaps the manner in which the Aged Care Act was explored with KPMG holding workshops around the country. The issue with the task force is it gets the big players in the room. There's 1,200 little players spread everywhere. They don't have a voice and they're critical. We use small players to partner with us. We don't want to see them go.
They're the important ones. That's what I'm worried. That's why I started
Exactly.
with that bit.
Who's representing that?
Yeah. Did any of the ladies online want to make a comment on that?
Yes, I think just reinforcing the comments just made and also the thinking into the actual approach to the transition. As we've all spoken about, there's over 800,000 CHSP participants and thinking about phasing or approach to transition I think is as important as the timeline and also what task force or what committees may get set up to support that, but consideration around the actual approach and how that may be phased.
Thank you.
Senator Ruston, over to you.
Look, thank you, and probably I would make a recommendation, use your peak industry organisation, Ageing Australia, and make sure that they are delivering on behalf of everyone. That's what they're there for. Yeah, I think it is really, really important that you speak with one voice as a sector as best you possibly can, because it's really easy to pick people off and not accept what people are saying if you don't speak with one voice. So there you go, there's a plug for Ageing Australia. I'm just interested, so we've been talking about the two pieces, the support at home, which is individually delivered, and CHSP, which is sort of block funded, pool funded, community delivered, etc. Do you believe that it is actually possible to have one system that allow sort of the self-managed sort of system that sits within Support at Home, as well as the block-funded program. Is it achievable? Is it workable? Can it actually deliver in a way that will actually deliver a better outcome for older Australians, or is it just more bureaucracy that just makes it more confusing? Mr. Morgan.
There's a risk of more bureaucracy. I appreciate that. And one system sounds simple, but it's often not when what you're trying to achieve is actually lots of different outcomes in lots of different environments and lots of different circumstances. I think it's possible to envisage retaining block funding or something along those lines for lower level support, maybe up to 6-8 hours a week, easy entry, that kind of process. And then for people who genuinely have much higher needs, who really do need a more intense degree of support, where individual funding probably makes more sense, that they could sit beside each other if the interactions between the two are thought through and we remove the things that would cause individual older people a problem. I can see that it would take a lot of work, but I think it's possible. Is it ideal? Not sure.
Not filling me with great hope, but anyway.
Well, maybe that's what I'm trying to communicate.
Look,
Indeed.
as I mentioned earlier, we're a little bit agnostic on that.
Well, when you say agnostic, you can't be agnostic on it. You need to have an opinion because this is what you're doing. Can you see that this will be of benefit in terms of the delivery system? Because that's your job here, to have a view.
I certainly see risks. If I was asked, I'd say leave it where it is because we want to build upon it, not have it deteriorate in another model.
Yeah, sure. Okay, either Ms. Bell or Ms. Perry, do you have a view on?
Yes, we would say it is too early in the Support at Home implementation to be confident that it's a suitable replacement for the CHSP program. We're continuing to work with our clients, with our care teams to closely understand what is the impact, what are the risks, what are the challenges and what are the opportunities in that transition.
Because in your submission, you refer to Support at Home, to the multi-provider model, and which is another sort of change that's coming. So you've got a multi-provider model that sits within Support at Home. Then you've got potentially a multi-program model, which is going to be you can get some of your services in one place or another. I suppose I'm interested in how anybody sees that this could possibly work in practice for older Australians, for providers, and the cost to taxpayers of doing this. It's just, I'm trying to understand, does anybody think that this can work? Okay, I'll take that as a no. In your submission also, Ms. Bell or Ms. Perry, whoever was the one that wrote it, you refer in the first instance about there's a lot of things that are concerning you around what is likely to be the behavioural impact of Support at Home, and I know this is on CHSP, but I'm interested to understand how they interact with each other. And you made a comment that that consumer behaviour, particularly the impact of co-payment on consumer behaviour, may actually have an impact. Are you seeing anything yet in terms of people's responsiveness to the co-payment and their behavioural changes, or behavioural changes in terms of people who are on a CHSP choosing, when the opportunity would be to move to Support at Home, actually choosing not to because it's just too hard, too confusing, and their anxiety levels are saying, okay, I think I'd rather stay on CHSP. Are any of you seeing that yet?
Yes, Senator, we are. We've seen both clients that are on CHSP choose not to take up the Support at Home package when it was released, and that is continuing. It's not all CHSP clients that receive a Support at Home allocation, but it is some. And also we are seeing already, which we did flag well prior to support at home implementation, that we foresaw that personal care being included for co-contributions was going to be a problem, and that some older people would elect to have less personal care than they truly needed, or to go without because of the co-contribution. We're also noting the evidence given to this committee previously around hardship fee waiver provisions changing. That is a significant change for the industry. We have a dedicated fund within Silverchain that is funded by community donors for people that have urgent last resort financial needs that cannot be met in any other way by any other community group. And we have seen applications for that increase fourfold through both the cost of living and the implementation of changes where they're required to make a co-contribution. So it is something that we remain concerned about. We're monitoring it very closely, but we've already seen consumer behaviour where consumers are choosing not to take up the support at home allocation if they are already on CHISP.
Yeah, sure. Do either you wish to make a comment on that?
We would agree wholeheartedly. People try to stay on CHSP for as long as they can and transition when they no longer can.
And we have a significant number of participants who've made that decision within the last few months when faced with either the size of their co-contributions or a loss of services. Will say, I'm not interested in taking up support at home. The other thing that's a player here is the 60% allocation for support at home places, because what that means is that a lot of people have access to less services than they already do under CHSP. So it's it's an added problem at the moment.
Yeah, sure. Can I ask each of you, I mean, if you have a look at the service lists and the costs of particularly staffing activities or activities that are undertaken by a person, and the cost of that, there seems to be quite a different schedule, whether it's support at home or CHSP. I'm just interested to understand, if you were delivering exactly the same package of services to somebody on CHSP as were being delivered to somebody on a support at home package, what is the difference in cost to you, and what is the difference in cost to the person of doing that, not in terms of how much they make as a contribution, but the cost that's applied to the services under those two? Is it more for one than the other?
Well, it's more for support at home, and depending on which the service is, we've estimated between about 20 and 40% more.
Pardon? 20 and 40% more?
20% and 40% more to provide a support at home service. It's simply related to the complexity of having to, overwhelmingly it's about having to chase funding you receive for an individual and then following that through, making sure that money is spent only on that individual for that service, and then being able to prove that with documentation. That is a much more complex, it's administratively far more complex than a bulk funded approach, which so is
administrative largely.
It's administrative.
Yeah,
it's not about the actual what happens when the person is supporting the person.
No, they're getting the same service. It's just that the administration is that the same?
Pretty much so. We would argue our costs are pretty much the same. It's maybe more the revenue equation on either side.
Okay, sorry. So can you unpack that a little bit? So you're not saying that it's costing you more to deliver the service because of the administration. You're saying you're not getting the same amount of revenue.
Can be. The nature of the service is it's a nurse going in or domestic assistance going in. It's the same service, same operating cost.
Okay, so there's no extra...
No.
So it's different.
That's the way we run our model.
Okay, and it could be a model thing. What about Silverchain? Do you... cost of delivery of services under the two models, any difference in them?
Yes, there are differences. It does cost more to deliver under the support at home program related to the administrative and systems oversight. There is a lot more compliance and data requirements under support at home. Also support at home, the complexity of the clients and the degree of care management and care navigation support and the amount of services in bringing together a comprehensive care plan for those clients makes it that higher administrative burden and the delivery of service. CHSP, as its entry level and lower care needs, and doesn't have that same degree of administrative overlay.
Okay, so just finally, because I know the Chair's going to wind me up, bad debts, debt recovery, transfer of liability to the provider from the government, how is that looking to play out for you? CHSP versus supported home. Actually, even relating to home care packages, I mean, where is the burden of, when you say bad debts, I mean, it could be as simple as if somebody passes away in your care, it's pretty hard going to chase the family down for debt. So just interested in whether liability shifted in all that. Have you, is there any governance concerns, etc., on the relation to the potential shift in liability?
From our point of view, there's been very little change so far, but a lot of our clients are grandparented, the people in supported home, so the risk of bad debt is fairly small. In CHSP, we have essentially no bad debt.
No.
We are anticipating there will be some bad debt in supported home, either because people cannot afford the cost for whatever reason, but they have taken the service, or in some cases, people feeling they ought not to pay, almost as a matter of principle. So we were anticipating it will increase, but particularly as soon as the cohort of the grandparented group move through, and almost everybody is paying, and some people will be paying up to 80% of the cost of the service, which would be those everyday living services.
Just to that point, why would you pay 80% of a service that's likely to cost you twice as much? Wouldn't you just go and buy it off the open market?
You may well do so. Yeah. And maybe that's the intention. Maybe that's...
Who knows? Mr. Reading, do you have a view?
Look, we are carrying a bit more debt than we were a couple of years ago. That's for a number of reasons. I agree. Not so much from CHSP, more at supported home, and a bit of residential aged care as well.
Sure. Okay, and Ms. Bell and Ms. Perry, do you want to take us home?
Yeah, from our perspective, it's still pretty early in the implementation of support at home and the change for many consumers that came from home care packages, but we are predicting that there will be some co-contribution debt, and that is something that we're actively monitoring, and as we committed to in this submission, we'll be making that part of our evidence to this committee as part of the support at home inquiry that you're going to be undertaking. But as I mentioned earlier, we have seen a large increase in applications for our community-funded program to have financial support. And so one of the things we're conscious of is that, people will go without services, or, many in the sector are not-for-profit providers, and they'll rely on the kind of generosity and goodwill of those providers to get by.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, everyone. Can I thank all of our witnesses from this panel for your comprehensive submissions and your evidence today, and note that many of you are also working on support at home submissions, so we know that there's a high load there, and we really appreciate you taking the time to give good evidence to the committee. The committee will report to the Senate on Wednesday, the 15th of April 2026. Questions on notice are due at close of business on 2nd of March, but I don't believe we took any during this panel. So thank you again very much for your evidence. We'll now suspend temporarily and restart at 11:10. All right, we're going to recommence. So I now welcome representatives from Kirinari and North and West Remote Health, both who are appearing by video conference today. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And I might start with representatives from Kirinari.
Good morning, Senators. My name is Diane Lynch and I'm the CEO of Kirinari Community Services.
Good morning, panel. John Kane. I'm the CEO of North and West Remote Health.
Thanks very much, everyone. I am going to invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and then at the conclusion of your remarks, we'll have questions from the committee. So I might go first to Ms. Lynch.
Thank you very much. Kirinari is Australia's largest regional provider of human services. We deliver disability, aged care, housing, children and youth, allied health, community nursing and transport, and carer services to more than 15,000 customers across New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia, Tasmania and Victoria. We support our clients to live a good life, and we believe everyone deserves access to quality care no matter where they live. Kirinari is passionate about regional Australia, and we have a unique understanding of the regional communities where we live, we work and we support. The provision of human services in regional and rural Australia is drastically different for those living in metropolitan areas. People are falling through the cracks. Unless you expect everyone to migrate to metropolitan areas, there needs to be solutions that account for where people live. If people get the care they need in their own home, this is the outcome that relieves pressure on regional hospitals. Regional hospitals are absolutely at capacity. We operate in a thin market with extreme workforce pressures where recruiting, training and retaining staff is a constant challenge, and these pressures apply to the broader healthcare sector. We cannot neatly match an hour of service to an hour of payment in regional locations. This requires regional providers like Kirinari to face the dilemma of providing much needed care whilst having to cover costs not covered by the existing funding model. Kirinari's goal has always been and remains to help older Australians live a good life as independently as possible. We provide a number of services, including in-home care, community support, occupational therapy, allied health, community transport, support at home, and we are a care finder provider, helping vulnerable older people to navigate the My Aged Care system and to find support. For many of Kirinari's customers, we are the only face that they will see in a day. Our visits provide vital social connection that benefit them far beyond the specific service we are paid to provide within a set time. Regional providers like Kirinari help people navigate a disjointed system of services. We are often the safety net that catches people who might otherwise be missed. Overall, Kirinari strongly support the intention of reforms that deliver on the recommendations of the Royal Commission. However, we do have concerns that there is a significantly higher cost of compliance relative to service level. It's 2.5 times greater cost of care management support. There continues to be a failure to recognise the cost of regional travel, and this is having a real impact on providers. The reality is, customers in the regions are spread out across vast distances, and providers are not funded for return travel. This leaves providers to cover these costs. We're talking sometimes 40 minutes or an hour of travel. We have this example right now, which is one of the examples we used in our presentation. The $15,000 lifetime cap on home modifications is inadequate. We have customers who have to face the impossible choice of modifications for safe bathing or the ability to leave the house. It's a challenging time for everyone. We look forward to seeing this develop, and we remain extremely committed to the delivery of regional services, irrespective of the outcome of this meeting. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Lynch. Mr Kane.
Thank you, panel, and thank you for the invitation today to join in. Very much looking forward to the discussion. And hopefully the panel has also received our draft submission. Looking forward to running that out during today and providing the final to you at some stage in the near future. So North and West Remote Health, we've been operating in the regional rural and remote sector for over 30 years now, and to conceptualise our service delivery activities, our services north up in the lower Gulf of Carpentaria, particularly as far north as Mornington Island, as far south as Birdsville on the South Australia border. We have some key service delivery locations in both Mount Isa and Longreach, and our west of it, and on the east coast side, for Townsville, Cairns and Mackay. So we cover a very, very large part of Queensland in terms of service that we provide as a not-for-profit organisation. We primarily provide allied health, mental health and aged care services, rehabilitation, mental health, wellbeing, and also headspace services in that area. Predominantly though, the services in scope for this particular inquiry under the aged care side is primarily in the MM6 and MM7 regions of northern and western Queensland, a very vulnerable part of Queensland, and very, very open to disruption or changes in terms of service delivery and service delivery outcomes. Excuse me. This particular, in scope for the aged care side, we've successfully transitioned about 50 packages over from the home care package to support at home. We've got about 1,300 current clients in aged care that are in scope for the transition to the new support at home under the current Commonwealth Home Care Home Support Program. The importance of the Commonwealth Home Care Home Support Program in terms of its current grant is that within that one grant, we have about 10 separate strands that cover allied health, domestic assistance, group social works, meal delivery, personal care and transport. The importance of that is that it's a very flexible model at the moment, and it works well within the cohort or the individuals that we service in remote communities in terms of flexibility. They're able to provide a holistic care to clients as needed in the areas that they actually need it most. As Diane was saying before, Ms Lynch, travel, access to services, and working with the clients to actually achieve the best health outcomes for those clients is absolutely mandatory in terms of this next thinking or this next step in the support of home. And of those clients that we have in the 1,300 that we're looking to transition across to the support of home, about 25% of those identify as First Nations people. So in our population, a high concentration of First Nations people, and a high, low socioeconomic environment, low literacy, low affordability, and all the elements that go with that in terms of providing effective health and healthcare services in between. So the discussion today is pretty important in terms of identifying what those barriers might look like, or part of this inquiry, what those barriers actually are, how organisations can work closely with the Commonwealth to achieve good outcomes for the care recipients, but most importantly, the care recipients in time are going to have to understand how this works, how to actually navigate this change, and most importantly, from a flexibility perspective, not to be worse off because of a change in funding structure from a grant perspective to a potential fee-for-service or individual package. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr Kane. And I neglected, before I invited you both to give your opening remarks, to go to the other people from your organisation who are online. So I might just go to the other folks who are online and get you to say your full name for the benefit of the Hansard record. So I might start with Ms Bohan.
Hello, Thank you so much for having me. I'm Sarah Bowen. I'm the General Manager for Allied Health Services for North and West Remote Health, and I'm based here in Mount Isa.
Thank you for joining us, and sorry for mispronouncing your name. I'll get it right on the next one. Ms. Appel, or Apple?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Brett Appel. I'm the General Manager of Community Services with North and West Remote Health.
Thank you. And Mrs. Cottrell.
Thank you. Also based in Mount Isa, I'm Rani Cottrell, Executive Manager of Allied Health and Community Services.
Thank you very much. And lovely to have you all joining us from Western Queensland. I'm going to go to Senator Ruston to kick us off for questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to first of all go to Kinanari only because I have your submission in front of me. Unfortunately, I'm not sure whether North and West Remote it came in last night. Sorry, I didn't get the chance to read it, so probably not going to prosecute it quite so well. Into Kirinari, you make the comment under terms of reference number 1 around the timeline for the transition for Commonwealth Home Support Program. You say you're broadly supportive of the timeline. So I'm keen to understand if you, in saying that, because you do go on and mention a number of things that you're concerned about, you're the first and only person who said that you think the timeline for the implementation of CHSP, rolling it into supported home, is adequate. So I'm keen to understand if you could unpack that and let me know how you're going to do that.
Thank you, Senator Rushton. Yeah, it's a dilemma. What we're saying is that we understand that there is a timeline that government are trying to achieve. We were broadly supportive of that, and we position ourselves to be ready regardless of the outcomes. So there isn't any point, in my opinion, in not preparing and having strategy and process and customers and technology and systems ready to go. We would, of course, appreciate any lag or any extra time in order to transition, because as a regional provider, we have a very dispersed workforce. We, like all providers, I think, are reliant on third-party software, which in my opinion is not yet fully operational for supported home. And that means that we do have challenges. The supported home model is more complex. More complexity essentially means more people in a back office who are going to be required to navigate transitions and changes. I would also, and I should also say on that more complexity directly translates into greater cost. We are also a large NDIS provider. We have been operating in the NDIS space since its inception, and we've been through the very significant reform and change that the NDIS brought, and we're aware of some of those challenges. Most of the challenges for us absolutely centred around the technology not being ready as required, and some of the other challenges that I think we will find with supported home is that we're reliant on, we're dealing with multiple government departments, My Aged Care and Services Australia. We're educating a large customer base around the way that the new process will unroll, and that they will have client contributions. That means that they will need to engage with Services Australia. All of this is complex. Of course, we support regulation. We absolutely support high quality services and safety for our customers. We can't be blind to the actual true cost of delivering this, and we can't be blind to the need to shift our model to be responsive. The best way that we can be responsive is to run a highly efficient business, and that means highly efficient in the back office, so that we can put as much money as possible into direct service delivery and do more. The only way that's possible is if our software and our processes are efficient. That requires technology. The technology our experience of having looked at the majority of the technology that exists, it's just not there. So the short answer, sorry, that was a long way of saying that if the timeline remains as it is, we will be ready, because it's important that we maintain our service delivery to regional communities. They deserve it, and that's our only purpose for existing. as a not-for-profit. But of course, if the committee feels that it's reasonable to delay that, we would appreciate it.
How much consultation have you had with the government? How much information have you got from the government about what 2027 might look like if that was to still go ahead?
Sure. In terms of, we're grateful to the information that's been put out. There is a lot of information on the My Aged Care website. There has been a lot of information coming out from Department of Health in relation to the likely, what the supported home program looks like, the likely transitions. So,
sorry, can I just unpack you there? So, yes, there's a lot of information around supported home. I'm just interested in what information you've received in relation to what the Commonwealth Home Support Program transition's likely to look like. What information have you got on that?
Yes, less on that.
Anything on that? I mean, you made the comment a minute ago, which I mean, of course, and I would expect you to hope to be able to do nothing else, that you will be ready by the 1st of July 2027 if that's the decision of the government to move to transition. I'd just love to know how you could be so confident that you're going to be ready when you don't know what you're being ready for.
Okay, so I'll answer that maybe in a different way. The way in which we engage with customers in regional Australia, the Commonwealth Home Support Program is a light touch, it's highly flexible, we need to be very responsive. In the back office, our care partner team are used to delivering services and working with customers who are living in home, leading their own lives under an NDIS, potentially veterans who require in-home services, are under the Commonwealth Home Support Program and require in-home services, are under the home care package and require in-home services. So our expectation around this is that whilst we may not have a full transition and we may not have the answers to every question, we have got a model that effectively supports regional people, and that we have got a back office workforce and some of the systems and processes in place that we need. Is it perfect? No, it's not. Is the technology completely ready to deliver the efficient model that we want to deliver? No, it's not. So, you know, in that regard, could things be improved? Certainly. But at the end of the day, what is of most concern to us is that we are ready, regardless of the decisions of government, to deliver high-quality services to regional people. And we will be ready regardless. And as we did with the NDIS, which caused us and many other providers years of pain in navigating a system that was not fully built, we managed. We are still here today. We remain committed to delivering those services. And I think that, you know, my request, if you like, is that let's learn from the implementation of the NDIS and provide providers and regional, well, all people needing aged care services the time to understand how this system's going to work.
Okay, well, I remain in awe of you that you're going to be ready to implement something that you don't even know what it is. But I'm sure, you know, coming from rural and regional Australia, you know, I just commend you for the fact that it's often very difficult to provide services in these sort of shallow markets, and you do an amazing job. So, and I'd also suggest to you that you submit your this submission to the supported home transition implementation inquiry, because I think a lot of the stuff that you've written in here is probably, if not as more pertinent to that inquiry, and it's your case studies are extremely useful. Can I just go to North and West Remote Health, and you know, this may well have been contained in your submission, but I'm just keen to understand in terms of the cost of delivery of services. Have you got any concerns that the delivery of the current services that you deliver through block funding through CHSP, if they were moved into a more individualised management plan as a supported home, that the cost of those services would in any way change?
Yeah, thanks, Dana. Look, I think we've already seen that as part of the first transition for the home care packages from home care into the supported home. Obviously, there's a change in the allocation, if you like, in terms of both the administration and also what it actually costs from an hourly rate or a service delivery component, which moved up actually to a large extent in our environment to try and realign it to the cost of provision of service in a real term. So yes, I do believe that as we move for a broader scope of people across a larger demographical footprint, those costs will change, and they'll likely change upwards while the organisation and the market actually finds an appropriate level of sustainability and affordability.
Sorry. So, Mr. Kane, I mean, I'm really interested, given that you provide services in remote communities, and obviously travel is a massive, massive component that needs to be managed. If you've got any views about or any concerns about how we manage the transport element of the people that you service in the community, if you've got any smart ideas about how that should be addressed, because it strikes me as a one-size-fits-all is not going to work very well where you operate.
Yeah. Look, I think if you're a new provider or an entrant into the market and looking at this from a clean slate, that would look a lot different to what it would be for a service provider that's actually able to provide scale and add services on top of already existing services. So how we're able to make it work and have done for quite a number of years is to actually embed or incorporate some of those travel costs across different programs, including fee-for-service, rather than standalone costs to travel 2 or 3 hours or in return to provide a service to an individual in a remote community. So if you're looking at that from a service delivery perspective and saying, well, I've got to travel 3 hours to see 2 or 3 people, and I've got to work out a travel recovery model of that on its own, that would look a lot different to a service provider that can actually embed an element of that rather than a full amount into one service delivery activity. So the cost of service provision is higher, and it will need to be factored into the model of care and also align with the scalability of an organisation to provide.
Yeah, so to that end, am I reading into that a level of flexibility into shallower markets, more remote markets, is what allows you the ability to deliver the services the way you do? And so maybe the question to you is the same as the question previously to Ms Lynch is, I mean, how much information have you had, how much consultation have you had in relation to understanding what the changes might look like on the 1st of July 2027?
Yeah, look, I think from working with our contract manager at the Department of Health, and probably more so for running for Commentary, it's very good. But in terms of what this looks like, the certainty of what it looks like for an organisation to continue to provide the services under a different model, what it might look like from a capacity building exercise to ensure that organisations like ours stay viable or even break even and not drop out of the market. Next to zero. There's been nothing that's come across my table from a Commonwealth level that gives me comfort that organisations and consumers will be ready for this by the 1st of July 2027. Particularly when you're considering that we're taking a grant-funded model of care which is highly integrated to provide that end result to an individual and individuals. To a potentially a single source of a contract to actually manage that by the participant at the end, which is probably it's going to be as challenging to the participant rather than the organisation equally. How that's going to roll out is going to require a lot of administrative support. It's going to require a lot of lenses to ensure how that's going to mould in terms of its financial viability and capacity to continue to provide, and to ultimately ensure that the end consumer is not going to lose out, because the more complex it becomes or the harder it is to become navigated or to navigate, the more likelihood is that the person will disconnect in regional and remote and end up in the public system and hospital and healthcare sector. So there's a whole range of elements in that which are critical, I think, to the success of the rollout. And look, I question whether the 1st of July 2027 is going to be an effective timeline to achieve that and not to disrupt potentially the current service providers in the market, and more so for the continuity of care for the individuals in that market, in rural and remote particularly.
Thanks, Mr Kane.
You done? Senator Cox.
And thank you for all appearing today, this hearing, and just acknowledge the amazing work that our aged care workers do across the sector. And I know how particularly challenging that is in rural and remote settings. As someone in Western Australia and the geographical size of my state. So thank you for all your work in that. I'm keen to understand currently, and I think you've articulated some of the more challenges in regional and remote communities, just about how CHSP services are currently funded and how you go particularly about planning your service delivery. Like, I think it's really important for us to capture that. So I don't know if Ms Lynch or Mr Kane, either of you want to go first?
Ms Lynch, you go first.
Yeah, okay. So every individual under CHSP goes through an initial assessment through My Aged Care, and then when they come to a provider like us to deliver services, we get an understanding of the types of services that they're requiring and the amount of support that they require, and do an agreement in order to deliver those services. What was the other part of your question? I think there was two parts.
Yeah, it was like, how do you go about then with the bucket of money that you have for CHP services? And then how do you plan your service delivery around that?
Sure. And that's a really critical thing around the CHSP. The flexibility provisions allow it to be light touch and allow us to be able to respond very quickly across a large geographical area. Now, that's because the model under CHSP is funded under a block model. We deliver we have something like 6,000 customers under CHSP across regional Australia. And the part of CHSP that is just so beautiful for delivering services in large regional areas is that ability to be highly flexible.
Thank you. Mr Lynch?
Mr Lynch? John Kane? Sorry, it's okay.
Mr Kane, sorry, I've got you two mixed up.
Quite okay.
It's not so early over here in Western Australia for me, so my apologies.
Quite okay. So the My Aged Care pathway has been a pathway for quite some time there, and I think Ms Lynch identified quite well how that pathway particularly works. And the flexibility of the CHSP services within that funding envelope are pretty critical in terms of working through that flexibility. So if we look at the 1,300 examples we've got with clients in our current service delivery remit, there's just over 2,000 of those that are in the My Aged Care. And the important part of that, in terms of the cases in My Aged Care, the important notes of that is that those individuals have multiple care needs that will need to fit within the service delivery remit or platform of the organisation has those 10 different packages in our case, to try and work with that client in terms of that overarching need itself. So the big risk here, I guess, to a large extent, is that if organisations in the rural remote setting lose certain elements or strands of that particular grant-funded contract now and move to a singular contract of source that may have elements of that don't fall within the current service delivery remit, you then find yourself in a situation where the client can't be tailored for in terms of their overall care needs. Yeah. So it's very important to ensure that whichever way the transition occurs, that flexibility remains, so service providers like ours can actually work with the client to maximise the benefit of those services more generally to the care need of that particular person. Now, My Aged Care has had its own evolution over time. There are challenges still with that, particularly in the rural and remote setting, with people actually able to utilise the My Aged Care services. You're talking about people with connectivity or don't have telecommunications or connection to My Aged Care. You might have language barriers. English, for example, is not often the first language, so it's difficult to navigate. And probably the most important part of this in the next steps going forward is is how well the aged care assessors are going to work within that space to work on a plan to move people from the supported home into an appropriate package at an appropriate level. That at the moment is very, very constrained. And I think the submission from the Queensland Health identifies exactly that issue, and particularly with those people that are not in the aged care system, but are in the hospital setting at the moment, that are still in hospital and have been there as long stays. So, is there a risk here that if that my aged care assessment or those assessments aren't rolled out effectively in advance of a transition or working towards a staged approach to a transition, what's the likelihood of our current client cohort slipping through the gaps, not being seen, or that whole transition is delayed in some way? So there's a whole piece of the parcel there that needs to be really worked through and worked through well. So there's clarity right from the Commonwealth's allocation of its thoughts and resources, the service provider, the aged care assessor, and ultimately, and most importantly, the client.
Thanks, Mr. Kane. Just curious, are there co-contributions, or what sort of percentage of co-contributions do you get from your clients?
Very small at the moment, Stella. That for me, from an ongoing viability perspective, to be able to provide the service is the big question and one of the biggest risks we have to face at the moment, because the co-contributions to a large extent are likely to dilute, if you like, the available packages to a particular participant or a client, with a view that they need to contribute that balance to the organisation themselves. Well, if you've got participants that from a low socio-economic environment that can't afford, then you're already suddenly on the back foot in terms of ability to service provide, because you need to consider what those costs in terms of service provision are going to look like to actually provide that service in the first place. So if you have a particular participant that or a client that actually is looking to go on to the My Aged Care and My Aged Care service, they are able to contribute or assessed by Services Australia to contribute, but they suddenly have a change of circumstances or don't pay for whatever reason, then you end up in a situation where you have to write that off, and then that once again falls into the thinking of whether or not it's a long-going and a viable service collectively. So, the advantage or the benefits of having it as a package format right now with no contributions and having that flexibility far outweigh the benefits of an individual singular 1,300 packages to manage. Let's not think about the administration that's going to be required in that, to then have to consider what that might look like from an overall debt write-off, because the organisation can't recover those costs in some way, shape or form. That's a big question when you start talking about multiple people. That might translate into that very fine break-even perspective about whether it's actually a viable service or not. And they're all things that need to be thought through. And one of the biggest things that need to happen in that discussion right up front is from the Commonwealth to service providers is where's the organisation's security in the continuity of funding, so they can adequately map out a service delivery plan to the individual without risk of actually losing money at the same stage, at the same point. And also to consider what administrative resources you might need to add to the mix rather than frontline service delivery, which is actually what we've been moving towards for a long time, is that maximising frontline service delivery and reducing the administration costs, because of a break-even model that we're all working on at the moment on a smelly oil rag, so to speak. I think the NDIS, if I could go on a bit, the NDIS has taught us a lot in that market, and the NDIS going from a grant-funded program to individual participants to a large extent. I'm about to write off, and it's only a small volume. For us, it's not a lot of money, but about to write off $6,500 worth of NDIS income that we can't recover because of a change of circumstance of an individual, and that's with a $1 million portfolio of NDIS services. So when we multiply that out potentially to 5 times potentially, if we're looking at a $5 million current grant program, which is going to go into $5 million worth of individual contracts, where does that lend itself in terms of potential viability of an organisation, particularly in already thin market or no market environment?
Thank you. I'm just curious of one of the comments that you made. I don't know if it was in your opening statement or in early evidence, that there's a large cohort of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are part of the obviously regional and remote service arrangements that you have in place. Can you maybe discuss with me like what the strengthening of culturally safe or culturally secure service delivery of aged care services looks like from your perspective as a provider?
Sorry, Granada, so I missed that last part. Was that for myself or for Ms Lynch?
Either one of you, but I'm just curious about like what does that look like? I think lots of people talk about self-determination, and we talk a lot about transport of services into remote communities, but I'm curious to hear what strengthening culturally safe service delivery looks like in aged care services from your perspective.
Senator Cox, so just the introduction about, we've been providing services in regional or remote and rural settings for nearly 30 years, so we're considered and very proud of the fact that we're a very, very culturally safe organisation, and have been providing a lot of services in the areas such as the Lower Gulf, Dulwingine, Normanton, Mornington Island, Mount Isa surrounds all the way down, as I said before, down towards the South Australian border. So every community is different. Every community has its needs. Every community has its own way of working with service providers, and a lot of that takes time. So time is critical in terms of service use of services in remote communities to be comfortable with receiving services from organisations. There's languages, there's cultural norms, there's education and training, there's deep respect, and there's often, to a large extent, the need for service providers to be continually engaging in the community for the communities to become comfortable with that service provider before even services commence. So for us, and it will look a lot different for other organisations, is that because we've been doing this in a culturally appropriate and safe way for many years, there's a benefit in that knowledge and that activity with the likes of a transition such as this, because we're able to engage to the different communities in a manner that suits those communities in a way that the communities may accept that, but that will take time. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Ms Lynch, did you have anything to add to that?
The only thing I'd add to that, I agree, is under the Commonwealth Home Support Program, one of the really fabulous things about that program is the amount of services that happens more in community than in home. And the regional people understand those values of connection and the importance of the relationships that you have with other people. So whether that's First Nations community or whether that's called or whether that's just regionality, it's real and it's very, very important. And I think that the Commonwealth Home Support Program does that really well. It facilitates and enables those connections. And I guess that some of the concern might be that some of that could potentially be lost as we move to a highly individualised service.
Yeah, good point.
Thank you. My final question is and I've been asking all of the witnesses on here, in terms of, and I think Ms Lynch, you really articulated it very well in your opening statement, the support for the current timelines, and that you've been through this process before under NDIS, and but I'm keen to understand whether there are any practicalities in the way of the transition arrangements which you think are really critical that the government understand from your perspective, and particularly given the demographic that you work with, and what success looks like in that. So, like, have you thought to a successful measurement, I suppose, in the way that the government can be guided to?
I'll start, shall I? there's a couple of things. Success can be can be measured by people living successfully in their own homes, living the life that they choose to live. Measurements that we need, I think, to take a more holistic view of the support system. Where we see in regional communities very significant bed blockages in hospitals, in accident and emergency rooms, we know that if we don't get services to regional people quickly when they first need it to maintain their independence, then we see a flow-on effect in terms of higher presentations in hospitals. We know that people in the CHSP program tend to stay on that program with light services and light touch for many years until something happens. It might be a fall, might be a declining health that triggers a need for higher services and is often the presentation at hospital. At that point, providers need to be super responsive. The CHSP program allows for that. We can up and down the amount of services that we put in very quickly. I fear that under support at home, the level of complexity will hinder our ability to be as responsive as we know regional people need us to be. In a pure dollar sense, you know, you are talking hundreds of dollars to deliver services under CHP. You are talking thousands of dollars to deliver services into a hospital. So we need people to stay in their own home for as long as possible. We want to retain all those beautiful things around the connection with community, the light touch, the ability for providers to be highly flexible, the ability to respond quickly, to move money where needed to support that need, to keep our service delivery in the back office as light touch and as uncomplicated as possible so that we can direct more money towards the frontline services. Unfortunately, I would say that we need an understanding around the realities of the modelling, the financial modelling for regional service providers. It costs more money to deliver in regional communities. Simply rolling in an hour of service, it doesn't neatly attach. You can't just say, oh, well, we're rolling transport into an hour of service under the support at home, because we can't then get paid for the drive home. So the cost automatically increases. CHSP allows us to have a very light touch to deliver low level of services to many, many people across regional communities, to respond very fast, to not be buried in complexity. And where you increase the complexity, you automatically increase the cost. So my hope is that we retain what is fabulous about Commonwealth Home Support Program and recognise that in any transformation there will be challenges and that there is a lot of goodwill within the sector, but we don't want to see unintended consequences. We don't want to see that regional people do not receive the services that they need, or that providers cannot deliver those services because it's financially unaffordable. Providers don't choose not to deliver services just because. Providers choose not to deliver services when they financially can't afford to. So that was probably a long-winded way of saying, you know, the CHSP program, it's fabulous. Please, can we ensure that regardless of the transition, that we recognise the genuine cost of service delivery in regional or remote communities, which is not the same as a metropolitan. The models are based on metropolitan service delivery, and it does not recognise the additional costs. Can I also say that, can we please understand that in order to run an efficient model, providers must use technology so that we can have all of the money that we possibly can on paying wages for a person to deliver an hour of support to an older person living in their home or in the community. The only way that providers can deliver on the technology to run an efficient model is if we get funded for that, if we get paid to do it. Scale becomes super important, because the reality is for small providers, you simply can't innovate, you can't pay for the technology that you need to adapt to the changes that we all accept we need to make. But there is a very real financial cost here. That cost has to be recognised and it has to be paid for. And so that would be my kind of message, I guess, is that, let's keep what's fabulous. Let's genuinely recognise the cost of regional service provision and let's put a regional loading on it. Let's retain community transport providers or recognise the cost of delivering transport in regional communities across vast distances, and understand that if we don't retain services for people to live in their own homes with a light touch, with little complexity, then your alternative will be that you end up with many people accessing the hospital system as an alternative, and that cost is significantly greater.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms Lynch. Mr Kane, did you have anything you wanted to add?
All that and one more if I could. The service delivery environment in the regional and remote setting is very fragile now. And the relationships between the not-for-profit organisations that provide these type of services and the hospital and health sector, the not-for-profits are really the last line of defence for that service provision activity and to keep people out of hospital. And the costs associated with that care are high now. And will likely get higher if it's not worked through really well to ensure that if any of the clients that are currently in the CHSP system fall out of the system, they'll only end up back in the hospital and health services sector. And we need to prevent that and do everything we can to prevent that as best we possibly can. The home modification side of things, the $15,000 cap, that's the number that's been put on the table there in terms of what ideally is a lifetime cap. Well, that will be exhausted at a drop of a hat with anything to do with home modifications in any sector in the rural and remote. And what will happen is, whatever the cap is, if a person needs a home modification that comes in at a $20,000 building cost or a renovation cost, and they're expected to pay the $5,000 to achieve that, the likelihood of them achieving that is probably going to be next to zero, and they'll fall out of it for sure because they need to pay that money for the likes of bread, milk, food, electricity, and all the other costs that are associated with general living, and do without what they need to do without when it comes to care, and they'll end up back in the hospital and health sector for sure.
Thank you both for your evidence, and really great to hear you mention technology. I know that this committee will be positioned to, after a recent visit overseas, talk a lot more about this as well. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Cox. In the interest of time, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much, Mr Lynch and Mr Kane, for your evidence today, as well as your written submissions to the committee. They're very helpful in our deliberations and very much appreciated. The committee will report to the Senate on Wednesday, the 15th of April 2026. We've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on the 2nd of March 2026, but I don't believe that any questions or notice were taken from this panel. So thank you very much again for your evidence today. I'm now going to welcome representatives from the Australian Community Transport Association and Marucci Home Assist to the panel. And actors online, yeah? Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. We've just hit the afternoon, so good afternoon, except for our southern counterparts who are probably an hour behind. Oh no, you're ahead. Sorry, my bad. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And I'm going to start with our witnesses who are online.
So my name is Murray Coates. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Community Transport Association.
Thanks, Mr.
My
Coates.
name is Andrew Watson, CEO of Bernie Bray.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. And in the room?
I'm Julie Stacey. I'm the General Manager of Marucci Home Assist.
Welcome, everyone. I'm going to invite you to make some short opening remarks, and then we're going to move to the to the panel, sorry, to the senators for answers. So I might start again with online. So I might go first of all to Mr. Coates.
Thank you, Senator, and good afternoon. Thank you to date for all the effort and energy that you have been putting into this critical issue. The community transport sector delivers essential personal-centred transport that keeps older Australians connected, safe and able to live independently in their communities. This is not mainstream transport. It is specialised support door-to-door assistance designed for people whose age, health, mobility or vulnerability means that they cannot use public or commercial transport options. As the committee considers the transition of Commonwealth Home Support Program possibly into the Supported Home Program, it is crucial and important to recognise both the scale and fragility of the community transport within the aged care system. Of the 838,000 Australians who use CHSP, approximately 20% of these people use community transport. Community transport is more than a ride. It's door-to-door, care-to-care support with social connections, early intervention and a trusted safety net that enables older Australians to remain active members of their communities. Social isolation remains one of the most significant risks to older Australians. This was recently highlighted in CODA's State of the Nation Report 2026, and I quote, almost 1 in 2 Australians report feeling at least a little bit lonely, and those experiencing loneliness also report poorer mental health overall, end quote. This is reinforced by multiple academic studies and aligns with what our members see every day. ACTA's submission draws on the national consultations undertaken across 24-25, detailed member insights and evidence collected through the National Community Transport Pricing Model developed in partnership with the University of South Australia and 31 representative organisations nationwide. This project analysed more than 150,000 community transport trips of all different types and provides the most robust national evidence to date regarding the true cost and enabling conditions required to deliver safe, high-quality transport in aged care. Community transport is one of the most cost-effective mechanisms available to delay premature entry into residential aged care, reduce avoidable hospitalisations and maintain social connections. CHSC supports around 60% of the aged care clients, yet only receives 10% of the total care funding. This evidence is especially important in regional and remote and thin markets where long distances, reduced volunteer volumes, dispersed populations and additional vehicle wear and tear cannot be sustained through per trip pricing alone. Senators will be aware that inadequate funding is not theoretical. Services in ACT, Victoria, Queensland, New South Wales and ACT have already been forced to withdraw or close completely. There is a price shock occurring due to the false and controlled low pricing levels that have been in place for decades. This is evidenced in the National Community Transport Pricing Model developed by the University of South Australia. ACTA is concerned that if future reforms of CHSP are not co-designed and carefully considered, all of the elements will be reproduced or exacerbated in a further model. Of our 10 recommendations in our submission, we highlight to the committee 4 things. We would like CHSP to take the positive components of CHSP and redesign it into a distinct grant-funded entry-level program operating alongside supported home. We would also like to see in any new CHSP adoption of the National Community Transport Pricing Model to fund sustainable service provision and provide equity in rural and remote areas. Community transport has high infrastructure costs. It also covers large costs associated with fleet insurance and compliance. Thirdly, we think it's imperative that co-design of any new model with adequate sector resourcing to ensure genuine participation from providers, consumers and sector experts. There is a lot of practical, well-informed and intelligent people in the sector. Tap into them, ask for their suggestions, ask for them to share their experience, test their ideas, and we'll end up with a better model of CHSP going forward. Lastly, use this opportunity to innovate and realign systems in CHSP and supported home to benefit participants. providers and government. An example of this is empowering the sector to operate a central booking system, as several of our Queensland members are looking to do with non-emergency patient transport. ACTA could achieve this within 18 months if it was rightly resourced, making it easier for senior Australians. Community transport plays a vital and proven role in keeping older Australians safe, socially connected, well and out of hospital or residential aged care, thus saving the government money. It offers people, particularly vulnerable groups, a service that other modes of transport cannot provide. This is a moment of genuine opportunity. With the right design, the reforms can strengthen, not diminish, the community transport services that older Australians rely on every day of their life. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Watson. I'm going to go to Mrs Stacey now for your remarks, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you. As I stated in my submission, our recommendations include permanently ceasing the proposed transition of CHSP to support at home. And if it must be forced through, then maintain access to immediate emergency funding, especially where we want to prevent delayed hospital discharge when urgent home modifications are needed. I would also strongly advocate for the removal of the $15,000 lifetime cap on home modifications and move to a needs-based clinical model. The proposed $15,000 lifetime cap on home modifications is a critical risk. Many older Australians need staged modifications over time as their conditions progress. A single bathroom renovation can exhaust the entire cap, leaving people without access to ramps, rails or stair solutions later in life, ultimately pushing them prematurely into residential care. CHSP also supports many people who do not use services regularly but rely on it for safety-critical tasks like changing light bulbs or clearing gutters. There is still no clarity on how support at home will accommodate these low-cost, high-impact interventions. How would an individualised budget cater for those one-off or sporadic needs? There has been no explanation as to how changing from block funding to individualised budgets will assist anyone, client or government budgets. Block funding allows an experienced provider to manage a budget and make judgment calls based on need as to where the funding is best utilised. We have clients that may only utilise $300 of funding assistance in a year, and others where it is closer to more than $2,500, and that is fair because it is solely based on need. What we are seeing on the ground since stage 1 of support at home rolled out is deeply concerning. Longer wait times, clients not understanding what their approvals mean, OTs being unsure of how or where to refer, and all this is escalating stress for consumers and carers. The system was clearly not ready for reform of this scale, nor has any evidence, to my knowledge, been presented to show that it delivers benefits. Extending this model to CHSP risks significantly increasing unmet need across the board, particularly for those requiring urgent home mods and individuals who need flexible, dignified end-of-life care. Phone-based assessments are proving wholly inadequate. The insights gained during an in-person home visit are often far more accurate than what someone may disclose or feel able to disclose over a phone interview. CHSP clients should not be pushed into this system before those issues are resolved. The government has indicated that CHSP will transition no earlier than 1 July 2027, yet there is still no clear plan, no implementation milestones, no answers to the myriad how questions providers have been asking for years, and no meaningful safeguards, to my knowledge. In the meantime, older people are already waiting more than 6 months for assessments because the workforce and systems are overloaded. CHSP and the Queensland Home Assist Secure program are currently absorbing the overflow without any additional funding, leaving eligible clients with pressing need at risk of being turned away. If over 800,000 CHSP clients are pushed into the same bottleneck that home care package recipients faced last year, the system simply will not cope. Support at Home introduced new regulatory categories, major workforce obligations and a significantly heavier administrative burden, while at the same time requiring providers to absorb these administrative costs into an hourly rate that does appear excessive when compared with market prices. Many providers, particularly small or regional organisations, are simply not prepared for this shift. If CHESP is brought into the system prematurely, we risk providers completely withdrawing from service provision, resulting in job losses and even greater strain on the providers left standing as we try and help as many of the vulnerable in our community as we can. CHESP is the backbone of early intervention in aged care. It is cost-effective, local and responsive, and in my experience, for the most part, it just works.
Thanks, Mrs. Stacey. I'm hearing a recurring theme from witnesses today, which is useful. Makes it harder to ask more questions, though, because we have a lot of answers, I think, already. Mr. Coates, I might go to you first, because Mrs. Stacey, you've made your position clear. You think CHIPS should say as it is. I might come back to you about improvements that could be made shortly. But Mr. Coates, in your statement, you used words like the new CHSP and better alignment. So I guess I just want to double check. Is it ACTA's position that CHSP should be maintained, or is it your position that we need to keep some aspects of it but roll it into support at home? Just want to get clarity, I guess, on what ACTA's preferred position is.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. Our position would be let's take the good bits of CHSP and have a distinct program running alongside supported homes, so separate from supported home, and then let's use this as an opportunity to actually improve it. We really don't care what it's called. We're not hung up on CHSP. The important thing for us is that it's sustainable and it's delivering really good services for people who need to use community transport.
So if I was going to ask you then, what are the key components of the current CHSP that need to be maintained? What would be top of what's on your list?
So the easy access and also the short-term access is really important, where people are able to get what they need when they need it, rather than have to go through a whole assessment process and get involved in a system that quite often actually locks them into that system when they could have just used it for a short period of time. That's the crucial aspect, the ability to shift funds to where need is. Need is not a static thing, it fluctuates even seasonally. So being able to move that around both geographically and also based on the needs of your people are also another key area. And Mr. Watson, being an operator of one of these core services, might have some good insights into this question as well.
Mr. Watson, do you have anything you'd like to add before I go to Mrs. Stacey?
Yeah, the key one that would interest us is the flexibility, the ability to move funds to, like Murray said, not within region but also across services. It makes it key for us to remain sustainable, but also to provide the correct and the quality service to the clients.
And am I correct then in saying that what you're both arguing for is the maintenance of block funding?
Absolutely.
Mrs. Stacey?
Well, to me, it just makes sense, and it is basic maths. I like my maths. We deal with over 8,000 clients a year. The lowest supported home package talks about $10,000 a year. That equates to $80 million. We service those same clients with $4 million, and we do it just fine. So I just don't understand the point of it.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Watson.
Sorry, it's Mr. Coates, but that's okay.
Sorry.
I just wanted to expand on that. We would absolutely support grant funding or block funding or whatever we want to call it, but not unit pricing. So I think they're two very different concepts, and you can have both at the same time. So if you look at our national community transport pricing model, it's based on a formula, not on just saying, as it currently is, every trip somewhere between about $26 and $42, depending on how you've been able to negotiate with the department. You know, if you're doing, in regional areas, if you're doing a 300-kilometre trip for $40, it doesn't take much to work out you're going backwards very quickly. So there are all these perverse then incentives, and organisations have to put limits on how far they can travel, and you get all those sort of perverse things that start to happen. So I think it needs to be grant funded, but then formula based in terms of how much you draw down for each of those individual trips, depending on distance and functional needs of the individuals that are using that service. Because some people will hop into a vehicle with no support, and other people, such as people who may be experiencing dementia, you know, it may take 20 minutes to help that person get dressed and then assist them to the vehicle. So there needs to be flexibility in how that works, not just a block-funded amount that then turns into a unit price.
Okay, and so it's that flexibility in that formula, as you're putting it, that's the aspect of CHSP that you believe could be improved and needs reform. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes. And the formula caters for both metro and for regional remote areas. So it was based on real data, as I said in my presentation, 150 different trips, and divided those down into the appropriate Monash modified areas, so that we could then start looking at where at what modified Monash level different costs kicked in, so that it's based then on real costs, not I guess what's available.
Thank you. Mrs Stacey, you've made it really clear that you think we should maintain CHSP. Interested to know whether you think there are any improvements that need to be made in order for that, if it was kept as a standalone system, to function more effectively?
I think it definitely needs to be looked at as a whole. I'm very lucky. Sunshine Coast is overrepresented by Commonwealth Home Support Program providers. You can go other areas in Australia and there's a distinct under-representation, so that definitely needs to be looked at. Why are there so many providers on the Sunshine Coast when there isn't that in rural and regional Australia? That would be something to look at. But for my experience, Commonwealth Home Support Program on the Sunny Coast works just great.
Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Ms Allman. Sorry, I was out of the room for your contribution, Mr Watson, so I'm sorry if I'm going to ask you a question you've already... Oh, Mr Coates. Sorry, Mr Coates. So I'm just, where is the national variable pricing formula at the moment? Is it implemented, or is it just the university did a model and did work on it and then it went nowhere?
Yeah, so the work's obviously been done, and we're currently socialising and I guess calling for the government to implement it.
So, but where is it in terms of the public sector or for the government adoption of it? Because I mean, clearly it looks like a pretty interesting model in terms of trying to get some sort of geographical equity in the whole system. But do you have any idea from the government whether they're intending to adopt it?
No, we haven't had any of that feedback, Senator.
Okay. Right. So has anybody asked ACTA about how you would implement the most efficient and effective transport system for the delivery of aged care services?
We believe co-design is very important, so we're very keen to work with the department on the current and any future system. The other part of the national community transport pricing model is a set of guidelines that we believe also need to be adopted to implement that price. It's all right to come up with a price, but then what are the settings around it? What are the rules around it? So, you know, policies, and there's also another document that goes with it, which sets out 4 separate case studies that demonstrates things like how technology can not only benefit participants, but can also benefit efficiencies in services. So we try to do a whole package that we could literally pick up and run with.
Yeah, and obviously from your submission I can see you've done an awful lot of work, but my question is sort of more around what interaction have you had with the government in terms of providing this information into their decision making, and what sort of feedback have you had from government about this? Because I mean, in rural, regional and remote communities, the further you go out, the more impacting transport obviously has in terms of the funding model. So I'm just keen to understand what interaction have you had in terms of real engagement about seeking your views. I know you're very keen to provide them, but what reach out have you had from the government to ask for your views?
Look, we're still having those discussions, I think, at this stage. I think it's still being mulled over and considered. I think one of the barriers may be the price that the model then goes to suggest, which is significantly higher than the capped amount at the moment that that most providers experience. But as I said in my introduction submission, you know, I think that prices have been held very low for decades. It's not a new problem.
So in terms of the changes that were made last year to the NDIS transport component of their funding model, where they cut the amount that you could charge during transport in half, how does that compute or compare with your current system?
Well, again, Senator, I think we'd be arguing that the National Community Transport Pricing Matrix could also be used in NDIS, because the other side of having a model like this is that it stops the gouging that is happening in some places, because if you adopt the formula, then that becomes what's fair and reasonable. And we've spoken to many IT providers about the formula and how you would integrate that into their software for easy billing, easy quoting to participants, so that there's really good transparency about how much different trips are going to cost. So it's a very practical, low level of administration model. That was one of the primary aspects we wanted when we set out on the road to come up with a solution to the problem, that the unsustainability that our members are facing on a day-to-day basis.
Thanks, Mr. Coates. So, Mrs. Stacey, I mean, you're very clear in your submission. Makes it very easy to understand, so thank you very much. Just interested, how much consultation or information have you received from the government about what post-2027 might look like?
No.
Okay. So I'm keen to understand the current experience that your clients are getting, and it sounds like they're getting a good service in the Sunshine Coast. I'm sort of keen to understand what you think is likely to be, you know, if the changes, what the change of experience is likely to be, and specifically your concerns about the change of experience for the people you care for.
My biggest concern at the moment is someone can go into hospital unexpectedly and need home mods in their home before they're discharged. The OTs will not discharge them to an unsafe environment. If they're not already in the system, how is that? Like 6 months. We're waiting 6 and 7 months for an assessment. I believe that hospital OTs can make that happen faster, but it's just this red tape. We can be there within the next day. They ring us in the morning, we'll go and put a grab rail in the afternoon. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, no, indeed. Look, I won't take any more time. Your submission is just so clear. It's great.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for appearing the hearing today. I just have a couple of questions around the co-contributions in relation to funding of CHSP services that your members provide or that you provide. Does this system currently work as part of the model?
If I might answer, just from our perspective with home mods and maintenance, there is, because at the moment there is no means testing or anything for a Commonwealth Home Support Program, we rely on people to be honest with us when we're calling them. We'll ask for material contributions. If they say, I can't afford it or I need to wait till next pension, we're a charity, so we'll just provide the mods that are required. But for the most part, more than 90% of clients are more than happy to contribute something. It's very easy for us, but we're mods. You can see there's there's a grab rail being put in. They'll pay for the grab rail.
But there's no means test, just to clarify that.
No, not for Commonwealth Home Support. No.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Coates.
Mr. Watson might be better at answering the co-contribution with his experience on a day-to-day basis.
Sure. We have about 10% of our clients we waive fees for, so we don't, and we run the same process as Ms. Stacey in terms of we don't delve too much into their personal areas. We take it on trust, and then we provide the services. But we don't really rely on those contributions as such. It's more around providing the service to those clients.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the lead times, I know that this has been a point of contention around the no sooner than 1 July 2027, but some of the practicalities, I know you outlined some of the things around keeping some of the positives of CHSP, ensuring that in the transition, are there any practicalities additional to those that you can see need to be part of the transition arrangements?
I'd suggest that the co-design aspect of this is very important, and resourcing organisations to be able to participate actively in that co-design. Services are running out, and service managers are running out of what I call magic time, where they do things, you know, in weird times of the day and night because they're just passionate about what they do. I think organisations need to be resourced for that. As part of the community transport pricing matrix, we had a group of 31 organisations that met online once a month, and ACTA provided them with papers and discussion points. And the department was involved in that in the early days, and it was an incredibly productive way of doing things, where services were basically interrogating our work and giving us suggestions and ideas, and the university was giving us the hard evidence in terms of numbers. And the co-design process, I think, was incredibly powerful, and we ended up with something I think that most people, whether that's publicly or secretly, agree is probably a good outcome.
Thanks, Mr. Coates. What does use technology look like for your members in relation to CHSP?
So again, Mr. Watson might want to jump in here, but most of our members will use scheduling software. So this helps them be efficient in terms of where their vehicles need to go, or if somebody cancels at the last moment, it will route vehicles around traffic, enable maximum utilisation of paid staff and volunteer staff, enable some very detailed reporting that then also helps them make operational decisions on a day-to-day basis. Again, the working group I mentioned before, there was about 10 organisations on that working group that weren't using sophisticated software, so we had to get them on that software so that the data they were providing to the university was accurate and consistent. That took a fair bit of time, and it wasn't the IT, it was the good old change management, and it was the people who were pushing the buttons and doing the input who needed to understand why we were doing what we were doing that really made the first difference. So we'd be suggesting that implementation of software is not just about going and buying a package, it's also about making sure that the people who are using it completely understand why they're using it and how to get the best out of it. So there's a change management process involved here.
That's great, thank you. I don't know if Mr. Watson wanted to add to that.
Yes, I can just echo that. We have worked in the last 4 years heavily in tech across our business, and particularly with community transport, automated software for scheduling. So the impact that made there is 1 to 2 people would take a whole day to do the scheduling. It's now done in 1 or 2 hours. Our drivers all have apps. We can route a new client who calls up in the middle of the day directly to the driver if we wish, so that they have the most, fastest response time. We track things like our number of people in a car to ensure that we remain efficient, so that we can making maximum use of those funds and as streamlined as possible for the business, so that we remain sustainable. That's a very important part to note on this.
I think the other thing, Senator, just for me to add is we do have some members using IT for safety as well. So things like devices on seatbelts, so that if the seatbelt is taken off, particularly important with somebody who may not understand the risk of taking off the seatbelt, that it alarms for the driver and alarms back at base, or if the vehicle goes off track in somewhere it shouldn't be, or it's stationary at a particular space for a long period of time, it will alarm again. So our members are using technology a lot, not only for efficiencies but also for safety.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you for your evidence. That's it from me, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator Cox. Can I say thank you very much to Mr. Coates, Mr. Watson and Mrs. Stacey, both for your written submissions as well as your oral evidence today. All of your work is very helpful to the committee and its deliberations, and so we really appreciate your time. The committee will report to the Senate on Wednesday, the 15th of April 2026. We've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on the 2nd of March 2026, but again, I don't believe we took any questions on notice from this panel. So thank you very much again. We will now suspend and we will resume at 1:30 p.m. Excellent. Afternoon, everybody. We'll now recommence, and I welcome representatives from the Ethnic Communities Council of Queensland, Cura Aged Care, who I believe are online, and the Federation of Ethnic Communities Council of Australia. Thank you, everyone, for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could please state your names and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and I'll start with Jessica, who I believe is online.
Good afternoon. Yes, Jessica McAdam, Chief Operating Officer from Cura Aged Care on the Gold Coast.
Thanks, Ms McAdam. And from my left at the table.
My name's Lisa Ward and I'm the CEO of Ethnic Communities Council of Queensland.
Good afternoon. I'm Marianne Geronimo, the CEO of the Federation of Ethnic Communities Councils of Australia.
Thank you. I'm now going to invite each of your organisations to make some short opening remarks, and then I'll invite our senators to ask questions. So I might start again online. So over to you, Ms McAdam.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. I would like to focus my remarks on the role of CHSP, particularly in relation to SIN markets and the delivery of services to culturally and linguistically diverse communities through a more adequate assessment tool response. CHSP, as my colleagues will reiterate, is a critical program for supporting older people to remain independent in their own homes for longer, plays a vital role in early intervention, and this preventative function is especially important for older people who may otherwise disengage from the aged care system altogether, noting this is of a higher risk for people from a CALD background. CHSP is increasingly operating in thin markets, particularly in regional areas and in services designed to support multicultural communities of which we serve. These markets are under-resourced and current funding levels do not adequately reflect the realities of our service delivery in these contexts. To move to assessment tools used within the program, these also require review. In their current form, they often fail to adequately identify or reflect the needs of older people from CALD backgrounds, limiting appropriate service responses. To switch to providers operating in thin market segments, we must be funded at a level that enables us to meet compliance requirements and also recognise the additional time, travel, language support and cultural expertise required to deliver safe and effective services. This does not occur within funding arrangements currently associated. We deliver specialised services, and this also includes our workforce training and development for staff with diverse culture and language skills, who currently make up a higher proportion of workforce in the ageing industry. Block funding remains essential to enabling this capability. Finally, CHSP must retain a dedicated structure funding mechanism, which I believe my colleagues will also support. And in summary, CHSP is an essential program for equity, prevention and sustainability in aged care. It must be strengthened to ensure it continues to meet the needs of diverse communities across Australia. Without adequate resourcing, flexible guidelines and assessment tools that recognise cultural and regional realities, CHSP providers operating in thin markets cannot sustainably deliver compliant, preventative and culturally appropriate care, which will in turn place pressure on the rest of the aged care system. Thank you for listening and for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms McAdam. I'll now go to Ms Ward.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, Chair and Senators. As I mentioned before, my name's Lisa Ward and I'm the CEO of Ethnic Communities Council of Queensland. ECCQ is Queensland peak body for multicultural communities, and we're also a direct service provider for community and residential aged care through Diversicare and Belasco. Our strong recommendation is that CHSP be retained as a distinct and strengthened program alongside Support at Home. CHSP is not a duplication. It functions as the system's low-intensity preventative tier. CHSP is designed to deliver early intervention and prevention. If it is absorbed into support at home, the system weakens its mechanism for intervention before need escalates. Transition may increase hospital demand, residential aged care entry and long-term public expenditure. For culturally and linguistically diverse older Australians, it's likely to result in a later engagement and higher acuity at first presentation. Low-intensity supports, particularly social connection programs, are associated with delayed functional decline and reduced hospital use. This is supported by established public health and ageing research. Our consultations consistently show that CHSP is the most culturally safe and accessible entry point into aged care. While entry occurs through the My Aged Care portal, CHSP assessment is lower intensity, doesn't involve an individual budget approvals, and is not subject to a formal income or asset means test. Clients may make a modest contributions if they're able, but access is not determined by means. Without CHSP, some cold seniors may delay engagement until crisis, which aligns with broader evidence linking delayed early intervention into higher acuity presentations. CHSP is not perfect. It requires refinement. Rigid output allocations across regions and service types can leave people waiting even where funding technically exists elsewhere in the system. Allocation settings must better reflect the community's age and the demand shifts in practice. CHSP must also be supported by adequate and sustainable funding. Funding growth has not consistently kept pace with demographic changes in rising demand, and that places pressures on providers in some of the regions. At the same time, CHSP's block funding model remains a strength. It provides stability for locally embedded providers and is particularly important in thin markets, where predictability funding underpins service continuity. Reform should strengthen CHSP's flexibility and sustainability, not remove its prevention function. CHSP is currently the only place in the system where sector support and development funding sits. While SSD strengthens providers' capability and workforce readiness, it does not sufficiently prioritise sustained community capacity building within cold communities. Navigator functions are primarily individual supports rather than community-level engagement mechanisms. Reforms require both system readiness and community readiness. Strengthening one without the other risks uneven access. CHSP has not undergone an independent outcome evaluation comparing it to support at home in prevention, hospital demand and equity. Support at home is still in early implementation and has not yet demonstrated stability at scale. CHSP supports significantly larger numbers of older Australians, transitioning this high-volume program into a model that has not yet demonstrated stability, introduces implementation and equity risks. Before any transition, both programs should be independently evaluated, supported by transparent modelling, thin market safeguards and publicly reported equity indicators. CHSP is not perfect. It requires refinement and adequate funding, but its prevention function is essential. Reform should improve what works, not destabilise it before the system is ready. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Ward. And Ms Geronimo.
Chairs and Senators, thank you so much for this opportunity. As I said earlier, I appear today on behalf of the Federation of Ethnic Communities Councils of Australia, a national peak body representing Australia's multicultural communities, culturally diverse, refugees, migrant, asylum seeker backgrounds. Since 2017, we have been funded as a peak body for older persons and carers from CALD backgrounds. We have been working quite closely with the Department of Health and Aging, and we have been facilitating a group called the Multicultural Advocates for Inclusive Aging, or MIAC. It's composed of older persons and carers from across the country. The transition from Commonwealth home support of CHSP to support at home is not merely an administrative adjustment. It is a critical component to a structural redesign of the Australian aged care system. Any decision that will be made up to July 1st, 2027, will determine whether the rights enshrined in the Aged Care Act 2024 are going to be equitable, or whether existing systemic inequities simply become embedded in this new funding model. As Lisa said earlier, CHSP plays a distinct and irreplaceable role. It is a preventative, community-based social infrastructure for aged care. It reduces isolation, maintains functional capacity, delays entry into higher intensity care, and provides trusted, in-language, and culturally safe entry points, particularly through multicultural and ethno-specific providers. Before becoming CEO, I served as FECA's Director of Policy for Health and Aging. I have personally engaged hundreds of older persons and carers from refugee and migrant backgrounds. Their experiences demonstrate what is at stake. Just to give you a few stories, in Launceston, I met a refugee couple in their late 60s with insecure housing and limited English. Without a permanent address, they remain on CHSP, unable to access home care. Yet CHSP workers have kept them connected and supported, finding practical ways to ensure that they are not abandoned by the system. In regional Victoria, I met an Italian woman in her 80s, holding a letter approving home care for her husband, who had died a year earlier. She lost CHSP cleaning and gardening supports because they were attached to her late husband's application. Yet CHP workers continued to guide and support her through her own journey trying to access aged care services. Another older person that I have met, assessed as eligible for home care, was told by a provider that they could not accept clients requiring language support. The department intervened, in which I very much commend them for that, but it was CHSP workers who advocated and escalated the matter to FECA. How many others simply just have given up because of these? These are not isolated stories, but clear indicators of structural vulnerability. Majority of CALD older persons are on CHSP, and which at the moment currently supports approximately 835,000 older persons. The demand exceeds capacity, we all know that. More than 120,000 people are waiting for assessment, and tens of thousands more have been assessed, but remain without a package. For many CALD older persons, the waiting period begins even earlier through limited awareness, interrupted assessments, digital exclusion, and English-only communication. FECA's Vision 2030, when we did consultations, showed consistently low confidence among CALD communities in understanding eligibility, reassessment processes, co-contributions, and pathways under support at home. Information about the reform is fragmented, highly technical, and largely delivered through English language digital channels. It's assuming levels of literacy, digital access, and institutional trust that do not reflect lived realities. At the core of FECA's submission are three core principles. First, equity must be designed, not assumed. Entry pathways must be culturally responsive, supported by language access, navigators, and trusted community intermediaries. Second, preventative architecture must be retained. CHSP, or a clearly distinct community-based stream, must not be absorbed into a purely individualized funding model. Prevention reduces long-term system demand and downstream costs. The Office of the Inspector General of Aged Care has recognized this preventative role. So too has the Australian Human Rights Commission, particularly in relation to thin markets. Third, the workforce must be recognized as central to system viability. In this transition, many CHSP workers will be lost, and we will lose that deep cultural and community network and knowledge. Culturally and linguistically diverse workers are not supplementary. They are foundational to the system. A reform that does not actively support this workforce risks destabilizing care delivery itself. Significant evidence before this committee demonstrates that access and outcomes are determined by system design. Culturally appropriate navigation, reliable language services, culturally competent providers, proportionate co-contributions, and preventative community infrastructure are what makes rights-based practice real. This inquiry presents Parliament a profound opportunity to embed equity, cultural competence, and preventative care into the very architecture of aged care. Retaining CHSP, or a clearly distinct CHSP-like stream, is not about preserving the past. It is about protecting and enabling infrastructure. It is an investment into a future where older persons from all backgrounds can truly age in place. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Geronimo. I'm going to go to Senator Ruston to kick us off for questions.
Okay, yeah, look, thank you. I'm just really keen to understand from people from different cultural backgrounds about how important the whole community-based care model is in terms of the difference between perhaps if we're talking about an Australian population that's been here for a very, very long time as opposed to one that's more recently arrived. You know, what are the things that you see are the advantages of the sort of CHSP model of care in comparison to the a model of care that's more individually directed?
From our experience, so this is as a peek in the information that we hear in other programs, it's the safe entry point. It's from collective societies rather than individual societies, particularly for aged care. When there's a lot of stigma around aged care, there's a strong view in community that we are here, or children are here to look after their parents, and it's not always practical and it's not always a good thing. But they also, families need support of bringing up their parents, and a place where they feel safe, people speak the same language, they understand the different culture. That is the element that group social support is incredibly important for aged care.
So in terms of that, so do you see any, I mean, like, obviously those are unique challenges that are faced by, you know, sort of English being not the first language communities. I don't know how you would prefer me to describe it. So, you know, what do you think the risks are if we no longer have that community-based model of care which is delivered by CHSP? What are the kinds of concerns that you see will happen to the communities that you represent?
I think what's really critical in terms of how we age is to make sure that preventative care come in. And for some of the communities in our in CALD, you know, backgrounds, with CALD backgrounds, it's really the hesitancy for people to seek care for many reasons: traditions, culture, and the expectation that their own children will take care of them. But in this current economy, not all children can actually leave work to take care of older persons. Now, once an older person get into some chronic conditions and unable to, you know, understand what kind of care would they need or support that they could potentially access, the probability of them, you know, regressing into a much higher level of care is very imminent. And so investing into preventative early care or early support would be very critical.
Yeah. So Ms. McAdam, I know you're online. Did you want to add anything to either of those points?
Thank you. I'm okay.
Okay, cool. So question then is, have you had much communication and information provided to you by the department as to what expectations are in relation to transition so far?
No, nothing at all as a provider. So,
okay.
Yep.
But you missed.
I believe this is where the challenge really is, because we have been, I know there are already materials produced to be, it's not very specific to CHSP, but for many other reforms that are happening. I would imagine that when there are some clarity in terms of policies it will again go through the process of then just, e-flyers in which we will just, give out to our networks. What we've been saying to the department is that our community organizations and networks members should be given that opportunity and support to then have that face-to-face contact with people in the community, so that if they have questions, they will be in a safe space to then ask those questions, and to continuously ask questions if they're not satisfied with the information that they were given. At the moment, it does not exist.
Yeah. So I'm noticing a couple of submissions that are a bit later on in the pack. There seems to be a lack of understanding about making contributions to care. Do you find that there's a lack of information or understanding around co-contribution or contribution?
Are you talking about with support at home, or are you talking about with CHSP? Support at home, I think, probably is the most obvious one here, but I'm just interested in understanding how much more comfortable the people that you represent are with the two different products. I mean, is there a greater level of comfort in CHSP because of the way you are as an all the organisations that deliver it are able to manage and tailor the care, as opposed to support at home, which is much more rigid in terms of its funding arrangements and also how the care is delivered? So with CHSP, it's not means tested, the contribution from individuals, but service providers are able to charge a nominal fee to clients. It is a much, much smaller amount than what support at home actually has as a means tested space. For example, if you're getting your lawn mown, they may contribute $12 or thereabouts to have the lawn mown, which is seen by community as good value. But also the service providers can waive that fee if they see that it's going to be inhibiting them to receive the service. With the support at home, there's a lot of information out there, but it's also very confusing because of the different amounts for different service and what amount is in what service, and how that's been determined, I think, is unclear. And I think even the areas where there's no co-contribution, being in the clinical side, there's fear that there may be some. So it's the huge amount of information out there. How do you synthesise that and make it really clear for individuals? We've translated all of our documentation into the languages of our clients to try and make that easier. But even then, we've got bilingual, bicultural staff who walk through that. I dare say we're the minority, not the majority, and we certainly are not a large service provider in this. So we've got a niche market, but not an exclusive market. And the support at home is very confusing, and people are making decisions for key care areas, particularly around dignity and those sorts of spaces, because they know they can't afford now in their packages more, and whether it's their package they can't afford more, but also the co-contribution component that they've got to add over that. So we are finding that a lot of clients will prefer to pause their services and then work with family to work out whether they continue or not, or just go, no, I don't want to go into support at home, I prefer to stay with CHSP.
Are you seeing much of that?
A lot of that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you made the comment a minute ago about, the inhibitors to take up of service. I mean, obviously one of them would be affordability, but in your experience, how do you actually go about determining an assessment of whether somebody should make a contribution in CHSP, as an example? Because I would imagine that if you've got people who can afford to make a contribution, making a contribution, then into the program, then of course the program will go further. I mean, what are the factors that determine whether you seek for a co-contribution from the people that you're looking after?
I think every organisation has a different internal policy and procedure in the way they do that, but within our organisation we start with a co-contribution and we have a discussion, but there are some individuals that we have very strong relationships with, with community aged care in particular. The relationship you have with people is a longer term than it is in residential aged care. So you and your staff are visiting daily, or not daily, but when services are required. So we understand the hardships and areas where we can waive it. Our process is to escalate it to the team leader. The team leader has then a framework to make a decision, but as a not-for-profit and a culturally and linguistically diverse specialist provider, our threshold's very low. So if people ask for it, we generally provide that.
Yeah, well, just finally, and then I'll move on. I'm just trying to understand, how you go about it, because I would have thought that you can provide more services if people who are able to afford to make a contribution to it are making that contribution. Then your ability to be able to make your services go further would be enhanced. Is that not something that you look at in the process? It's just
no. We are more looking after the individuals that we've got at need. A lot of the work under CHSP is community work that we do, and that's the essential component of it. Of course, there's individual support when it comes to cleaning and others, like support at home, but no, I think we will wrap around with other supports if necessary.
Thanks. Can I add? I think that's one of the really important aspects of CHSP. If you look at it from the perspective of a CALD specialist provider, because there is that opportunity always to reach out to the community, and thus they get to know the older persons better and have a sense of their financial situation, which in other cases, they will just come into the system, assess, and that's it. There's no depth in understanding the complexity of an older person's and their carers' situation. And I would like to note that co-contribution is something that, as a policy person who's been studying aging and aged care, even before I arrived here in Australia in 2019, I've been based in Singapore for the longest time. It's the reality of the future because a lot of people are aging. But there is a gender component to it, a dimension to it, in where you have women living longer, and most of the monies that their families or the couple that they have saved will be already spent with a more aging person. Most probably that's the husband or the male partner. When it's time for the female partner, and the husband has passed on, they're alone, there's not much resource left in most probability. So the issue here is really about what do you choose when you are in that situation.
Yeah, it's actually not necessarily for today, and I'll stop talking now. But it's a really interesting challenge that Wendy and I were just speaking about. About how do you build some of these complexities into a system, understanding that, as you say, it's often the female of the couple that is the one that is likely to be living longer and the consequence of that. So yeah, very interesting point. Thank you.
Senator Cox.
She gave it to me.
Thanks, Chair. Just in your opening statement, thank you very much for both appearing this afternoon. You mentioned some of the unique challenges for the CALD community, and I was just hoping that you might be able to expand on a couple of those for the committee. You talked a little bit about the assessment tools that weren't able to recognise some of the circumstances and the challenges that the community has. Are you able to expand or give us some examples of that?
That was Jessica, I think, who mentioned the assessment tools. Jessica, please jump in afterwards, but I'll just make some comments here. The individual assessment tool for support at home for that's come in since the new Aged Care Act. You may be aware that there was an evaluation done of that, and they actually tested that system prior to it coming into effect. And during that evaluation, they found that a lot of the questions were not suitable for people of First Nations background nor COLD background. And primarily it's because of the use of language in there, the way that questions are asked. The meaning is different, but also because of stigma, a bit of around, some individuals will not actually answer those questions, or they will, through embarrassment, for want of a better word, they will not, they'll refrain from responding appropriately. And as a service provider, we see, of COLD community, we see it daily, and we are having to, and one, because of the assessment period taking so long for clients to actually present to us for support at home, but then we are always applying for a reassessment, and it's because the actual understanding of the needs of our clients are not understood properly in the assessment process because of the way the algorithms and the questions being asked.
Ms McAdam, did you have anything to add?
Sorry, just to clarify that, how common are the reassessments for clients? Like, are we talking, 2 or 3 out of 10, or is it much bigger than that?
I can't tell you actual numbers, but I would say, I would probably say 3, 4 out of 10 as a minimum of our clients, maybe even a bit more, but we've got a strong COLD community cohort rather than it being a general mix. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. Sorry.
If I may add some answer to the question, we had some consultations where I got to speak to some assessors, and they did say that the questions, the way they have been put together, they themselves are from COLD backgrounds. They feel that it does not give them the answers that they think people should be saying. But because they're also limited by the number of cases that they have to process within a day or a week, there's really not a lot of chance to go deeper into the questions. So that's the kind of challenge that we are facing at the moment in terms of making sure people are really putting forward the information that should help assessors understand their situations better.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I just wanted to also pick up on your other point around ensuring that the changes to CHSP are communicated much more effectively, and I think you mentioned some really practical and accessible ways of doing that. I think one of your suggestions was face-to-face, is that correct? I just want to clarify that. Who would do that? Is it, talking about, is that the department in a comms way? Is that providers? So I'm keen to understand what that looks like from your perspective. And how do we ensure that communication around the changes is also in line with what you're talking about in the cultural safety, to ensure that it's communicated in the right sense? And I think that what I'm hearing as a First Nations woman is there are some things that aren't translatable into language. So in a word in our languages doesn't exist to give the right essence, I suppose, or intention of what that looks like. So I'm really keen to hear what your suggestions might be.
One of my first suggestions is, I mentioned in my opening statement that we've got sector support development as part of the CHSP contract, and we are a thin market COLD provider for that. And a lot of the work that we do under sector support is building the sector capability rather than the community capability. And I was mentioning that we need to be building the community capability. And it was something that you just mentioned there, Senator. It's making sure the information, so is it service providers or is it the government? I'd argue that it's them, but the most important part are people who understand our multicultural communities and are able to translate that information to make it a safe space. So I think the sector support development part of the program needs to be expanded a lot more than it is now. You shouldn't be diminishing what's there now for the sector, because the sector needs to be able to work with First Nations, LGBTIQ+, called others when they come into their service, and they need to be strong at that. However, community needs to be ready to come into the service as well, and they need to understand it from their perspective. And if we are really talking about user choice and client-centred, then that's got to be, otherwise you're disempowering them because they actually don't even understand what the system's meant to do and how they can respond to that from their needs. So sector support development.
Yes. That's really critical for us, sector support, but also community capacity building. It's important that you can't separate the two, because before all the persons and carers could even understand which organization, who's offering sector support, they are already interacting with organizations and people that we call touch points. When we developed the Encompass Multicultural Aged Care Navigation Program, that's one of those roles that's very critical. And at the current system, they're called care finders. Within the context of called, community, the care finder, or we call them the navigators, very important, because we truly believe that if you're the first point of entry, any question that you will be asked of, you should know the answer. In most probability, people will not go like, okay, I will go to Lisa to ask another question. They will not. They will just fall into the cracks. And so really training care finders, community touch points, ethnic, multicultural organizations, training them about all this information are really critical, because they are your main touch points for people to feel confident about what is in the system.
Thank you, that's really helpful. And in a recent trip that this committee did to Japan and Singapore, we really saw how aged care really focused on the health of older people, and how cultural difference really centred on families and the importance of, it's not just an individual, older person, it's the whole family that needs to be brought onto the journey, and also to ensure that longevity, independence and dignity were all of the really critical things to ensure that older people were, that we could focus on that, particularly from a systems point of view. I just want to pick up the complexity of that, because we then start talking about a whole transformational strategy within the government and its departments around how we look at that. And I know that's something that Closing the Gap already do. But for you, how do we enable our core communities to be able to navigate some really complex systems with some of the things that you've suggested, but really at that, being able to simplify it, I suppose, in a way that is easily accessible and easily translatable? I don't know if you have any suggestions for us.
Yeah, well, some of it's making sure that you're holding regular community forums and you've got the experts in the room to make sure that that's there. And the experts are the policy makers, but it's also the service delivery, because then you're building a relationship with the different service providers that are there, and you're building the capacity of those providers as well. But I think it's not a quick thing. You don't just do it once and, this is what the New Aged Care Act has and what it relates to you. As you mentioned there, most of our communities come from collective societies, and the decisions made by the family, and even in some, it's made by their church and or their faith, as well as their broader community. It's how community brings up individuals. So we need to be giving our multicultural leaders, for example, information and toolkits so they can respond to questions, because they're the trusted individuals within their communities. Mentioned translated documents, make sure interpreters are available for those. But I think it's that bilingual, bicultural component, so you understand what language you need to use, but you'll also understand how to talk about back home this is how we did this, or I know this is what you might be fearful from. However, you know, someone who can actually provide that bridge to policy intent to and program delivery to something that's truly going to help individuals to thrive rather than to miss out, because that's what's happening at the moment.
Senator, it's interesting that you mentioned Singapore, because I was involved in a program called Community for Successful Aging in one of its communities, where I led the development of a community development component where it sits beside a care management component. And it was really critical to understand and to really embrace and to truly understand that when you have a population that's aging, it's not just the Department of Health that should be involved. Everybody needs to be involved. Infrastructure, education, social services. Everybody has got to have their own role in making sure that, you know, understand the trajectory of your aging. Dementia is going to grow exponentially in the next few years. In Singapore, for example, in which you may have already heard, groceries were given trainings on how to spot dementia. And everybody could respond and to say, talk to organizations to say, Marianne might have some dementia, I'm just concerned about her. Organizations like the organization I was involved in were training volunteers in the community to also understand that, to identify touch points where they could link up. And ministers sit with us in evenings, like Friday evenings, for the ministers to understand what is the issue in this ward, where there's about 30,000 older persons that we are taking care of. It's amazing how you put together firemen, the police, you know, everybody to understand what an older person is facing when they walk from this place to that place. It's everybody looking after an older person. And I think that's the level of commitment that we should have if we truly are committed to, you know, having an aging in place, appropriate and culturally, you know, informed aging and aged care for older people.
Thank you. And yes, we did get to see firsthand some of those really amazing programs that are working in Singapore. So thank you for articulating and reminding us all that at the end of last year we had that wonderful experience. And I do concur with some of your comments around the importance of holding culture at some of the centre of those. So thank you very much for your evidence. That's it for me, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Cox. I'm conscious of time, but there's just a couple of things I want to touch on. It might have been you, Ms Geronimo, in your opening remarks. You made a comment around the three things that were important in relation to CHSP, and the third one was around workforce. And you made a comment along the lines of CHSP workers will be lost in the transition if it goes to support at home. And I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit more.
It's already happening. We have seen people who are in the CHSP program who has left the program because there's no certainty in their jobs. We have seen them get out of that whole sector. There is no clarity in how they will become a part of the home-based care. But obviously, if they're working with a bigger organization, that's going to be something that the organization would look into, and they would not want to lose that kind of expertise. But for smaller organizations, that's something that, you know, funding lost, people lost. We need to be very cognizant of that, because hopefully they're joining broader care sectors out there, because they also need that level of expertise in terms of the communities. But again, if you give perspective of, again, gender, and also CALD perspective there's a lot of migrants in that space. There's a lot of women in that space, because it allows people, especially women, to go into, you know, not a 9-to-5 job. It's something that they could do on their spare time, but they do a great job out of that, because it's a relationship building work. And aged care is really a relationship building. As one of my mentors would say, it's not the high-tech, you know, technology that will make an older person wake up and say, I will be much better with my health today. But it's about the kind of relationship that they have with the family, with the community, the kind of support that they're getting from this whole network.
all three of you have said that you think that we need to retain CHSP. You've all said that block funding is important, that it provides flexibility, it allows you to move services around peaks and troughs depending on people's ability. You've talked about the really easy way in which people can come into the program as compared to support at home. You've also made some comments to say that there's a few things that could be improved. So in particular, Ms McAdam, you said in your opening submission, it's essential, but it needs to be strengthened. And I'm just wondering if you could just expand a little more then on if we're keeping if in your view we need to keep CHSP, what are those things that need to be strengthened? So I might go to Ms McAdam first.
Yes, certainly. Thank you. I think what my colleagues have referred to as well is really around the co-designing of some of the inclusions, the consideration of multicultural communities in the flexibility of CHSP, and that is from the assessment process and the inclusion of supporting language, but also the very nature of the model of the service delivery, and where flexibility could be broadened and to meet the individual needs that may be identified as people understand the needs of the person that they're working with, as well as opening that up to that collectivist view from the family unit.
Thank you. Ms Ward or Ms Geronimo, did you have anything you wanted to add to that question?
Something that I touched on was the need to strengthen the flexibility. What I'm meaning by that is at the moment there's a level of flexibility that you can apply, but it needs greater flexibility, and we're allocated within a region. For us, for example, I think we run 6 regions, different regions. Communities don't divide themselves by borders in that way, so we've got to remember, like, if we're doing social support, people want to be able to join something that's in another region because that's where their community is situated. So there's just as a practical, but we need to be able to, provide flexibility across regions, across service types, and create a separate contingency pool where providers can actually apply for a different additional outputs when necessary, because some move faster than others because things change. So it's just being able to ensure. I think we need a really transparent evaluation of CHSP to truly understand what's working and what's not working. And I think the co-design of that evaluation is important, particularly with the thin markets people being involved, so individuals as well as service providers. And we need a really strong capacity, community capacity building. As I said before, there's sector support, but we need community capacity building. And whatever we do, don't remove the prevention side of it.
So Lisa said most of it, but I just want to kind of highlight the broad picture of what is it that we're trying to achieve outside of what's available for home care service and resi care. I think it's really important to understand that in many countries, preventative care has been developed because we want older persons to be aging for as long as possible. That's the main idea of aging in place. But also the other part is economics of it, and economics of aging. We want to mitigate, a presentation to tertiary and urgent care for as long as possible, because, when people do not know how to work with the system or manage their health better or have connections with people that could support them while they're at home, that's when they would just, go to hospitals and urgent care. If we are very clear that this is the outcome that we want to see, then the interventions that we will develop is very well defined, and we could evaluate that. At the moment, we don't have a well-defined, goal. What do we have for CHSP? And thus, you have people saying, this program doesn't, result to anything. We have outcomes, it's just that we have not identified what we are trying to see in this whole program. So my challenge is we need to be very clear about what we want to achieve from the CHSP program.
Thank you. Can I say thank you to all three of you for your submissions and your evidence today? It's been really valuable, and you've also given us some additional things to think about, I think, that we hadn't considered, which is really great. The committee will be reporting to the Senate on Wednesday, the 15th of April 2026. Questions on notice are due 2nd of March 2026, but I don't think we took any in this panel. So thank you again. Really appreciate your time and your evidence.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So is that the only one we've got? Yep. Okay, I'm going to go Dorinda, me, then you for the next one. Okay, we are now going to go to our next panel, and I welcome representatives from the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Barrelletts-McCabe. I'm an Executive Director with NACHO. I have in the room with me Nadine Blair, Director of our Policy Team, and Juliet Spiret, Director of our Aged Care Team.
Thank you, and good afternoon and welcome. I'm going to invite you to make a short opening statement, following which we'll then go to members of the committee to ask questions. So over to you, Ms. Barrelletts-McCabe.
Thank you, and we'll apologise for our camera. We had it all set up and it doesn't appear to be working. So good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity to present at today's hearing. As I've stated, my name is Monica Barrelletts-McCabe. I'm a Kunarakan woman from the top end of the Northern Territory and currently with NACHO. I'd like to acknowledge that we are dialing in from the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people and pay respects to their elders, past and present. I'd also like to acknowledge all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people with us today. NACHO is the national peak body representing 148 Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, which we call ARCHOs, that provide comprehensive primary health care across the country. A number of ARCHOs also provide aged care services to address community need. The Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety highlighted the opportunity to design a new national aged care system that has the capacity and flexibility to respond to the needs and aspirations of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Specifically, it recommended, Recommendation 47, which I'll paraphrase, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people receive culturally respectful and safe, high-quality, trauma-informed, needs-based and flexible aged care services regardless of where they live. Priority to be given to support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander providers to become aged care providers, place-based and integrated service delivery models, and a focus on providing services within or close to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander populations to ensure people can maintain connection with their country and communities. Feedback from our members over the last few years is consistent. More community control aged care services are needed. NACHO member services are well placed to meet this need and are deeply committed to ensuring that elders in their community are well cared for in culturally appropriate settings and that they can stay on country close to their family in their own communities. The Commonwealth Home Support Program. The design of the Commonwealth Home Support Program, or CHSP, aligns with our sector, how our sector operates. CHSP's block-funded model allows ARCHOs the flexibility to support their clients according to their individual and collective needs and priorities. Under CHSP, ARCHOs have certainty of service provision, meaning they can do long-term planning and provide secure employment opportunities for staff. Providers are able to use funding flexibly, for example, to support social programs for elders, to bring them into community day centre for needed social and emotional support, as well as healthcare checks and meals. The CHSP model means people can get into the system straight away. However, the level of funding provided through CHSP is not sufficient. Under the Support at Home model, additional funding is provided through the Thin Market Grant Program, but this is where the benefits end. Overall, funding is individualised and more prescriptive. This means our services no longer have flexibility to tailor offerings and deliver group supports. Now, new and lengthy processes add a huge administrative burden to both care recipients and service providers. However, the most critical concern we have with the Support at Home program is the requirement for a client co-contribution for tasks such as cleaning and gardening. Social isolation and loneliness are associated with increased mortality. Services such as cleaning and gardening are important opportunities for social connection. Under CHSP, some services use clinicians to provide cleaning services, so the interaction with the client can double as an informal check for clinical deterioration or other concerns. Under the Support at Home pricing model, this is no longer viable. We know that fees and co-contributions are a significant deterrent to older Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people accessing the aged care support they need. Some ARCHOs are choosing to cover the cost of the co-contributions themselves. However, this is not financially sustainable. In addition to the complexity of applying for financial hardship exemptions, many of our older people are likely to refuse much needed support. We have heard from our services that Support at Home program is more difficult to operate within than the CHSP, and some ARCHOs will ultimately be forced to exit the market. NACHO is concerned that this will leave our elders and older people without the care they need, force them to use culturally unsafe mainstream providers, or put further strain on limited ARCHO resources. We believe this is also likely to result in an increase in avoidable hospital admissions, early entry into residential aged care, and ultimately increased cost to government and impact on the health system. In short, the transition to the new funding model is resulting in harm to our elders, undermining the ability of our services to deliver support, and in no way aligns with the recommendation of the Royal Commission it was apparently intended to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barrelidis. Sorry, I was just hearing some feedback. It put me off. Thank you very much for those opening remarks. I'm going to go to Senator Cox to kick us off for questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the evidence you've provided, and thank you for joining us for the hearing. The current aged care reforms, including the transition of the CHSP to Support at Home, creates some opportunities to strengthen culturally safe service delivery, particularly in aged care services to Aboriginal people. How do you see that working in practice?
Oh, you're on mute, Miss. You're on mute.
Sorry, thank you, Senator, for that question. This transition, was the question around transitioning just generally under the reforms in relation to the CHSP or?
Yeah, I think is strength, allows clients that are possibly in thin markets across the country. There's an opportunity for culturally, to strengthen what is culturally safe service delivery for aged care services to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people on as a broad brush across these reforms. Do you have any sense of what that looks like and what role NACHO might play in that?
Yes, so there's a potential for the sector-wide capacity building to support ARCHOs and ACOs to enter in the aged care market, which will increase culturally safe care. We've seen one program already under that, and if we see the expansion and further supports across our sectors, the ARCHO and ACO sector, that there's a great opportunity as we see it in that space.
Yeah, I met recently with Dr. Jill Gallagher, who's the chair of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Aged Care peak, and there was a lot of conversation in relation to how we position and what's most important to ensure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across the country are well positioned to participate, but also to benefit from these new aged care arrangements. And I note that you touched on some of that. Did you want to expand on what does that look like from Nacho's point of view, given that there are particularly thin markets? I'm in WA, in regional, rural and remote areas. Like, what does that look like from your point of view?
Oh, thank you, Senator. So we see a great opportunity in terms of the creation and the development of a pathway for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, so a dedicated pathway within the system. So we don't see that right now, so that when we see that pathway, when Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people interact with the system, they'll be able to go through a pathway that's specifically for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are providing culturally safe avenues to support the sector. And the other opportunity we think is also the Commissioner we've got an interim aged care, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander aged care Commissioner, and making sure that that position is an ongoing position to be able to, for accountability, but also to work with our, both the government as well as other commissions and our sector and our communities, more importantly, and our older people, to ensure that the pathway is developed in a culturally safe way.
Great, thank you. As the reforms are implemented, I noticed that you touched on place-based as one of sort of the principle, if I can put it and frame it in that way, that should guide that overall engagement, and noting that the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing and Aged Care have a First Nations plan ready. How do we ensure that those outcomes are both sustainable but also equitable in the way that they're implemented?
One of the ways that we consider is around a flexible funding model, which gives a flexibility, under national frameworks for, services and communities to be able to, contextualise so that they are place-based and they're responding to the needs of their community and their older people in the community.
And from your perspective, what does success look like? So what does the success of looking after and caring for our elders in our communities look like under a reform aged care system?
I mean, success is always about about our older people, our elders and our older people, and ensuring that they receive the care, the quality, the high quality, the quality care that they are entitled to and deserve, and culturally safe, in a culturally safe manner, in a place where they want to be. So as you were talking about, in Western Australia, we know, and in the Northern Territory where I come from, we've got our older people who are living in remote communities and having to move at times, but being able to provide services so that they can stay in their community for as long as possible and be supported to live, high quality and, dignified lives, until they, there is no option for them but to go into, a more, home, more care, high needs, arrangement.
Thank you. And just noting that I think when you talked about the high quality of care, you talked about cultural safety. Can you just give us your definition of what cultural safety is for the committee's purposes? I think that we've talked a lot about that with previous witnesses, but I think from a First Nations perspective, I think that's really important for us to capture in the evidence today.
Yeah, so the national agreement, defines cultural safety, but also, I don't know the word straight off the top of my head, but also there's a cultural safety definition that was agreed by the governance group, the aged care governance group within the department, with NATSIAC leading that one for aged care specifically.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Thanks very much, Senator Cox. Ms Barrelletts-McCabe, I guess I just want to return to your opening remarks. If I am hearing you correctly, then it's Nacho's position that it's CHSP that actually provides the best model of care in terms of the needs of the First Nations communities that your ACHOs are serving. Have I understood that correctly?
That's correct. Yep.
And therefore, if ACHOs were forced to move to the support at home model, then you would expect to see a decline in ACHO's ability to provide culturally safe care.
The sustainability, so our services providing culturally safe care won't decline in that respect, but in terms of, well, we won't be able to sustain the current model if we go under the new program. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify, because our services are always going to provide the highest level of culturally safe care that they can for their clients, but it will be our inability just to deliver any service, because we'll have to, some of our services have told us that it'll become financially unsustainable in the longer term.
Sorry, that was my poorly worded question. I didn't mean to put you in a position where it sounded like you wouldn't deliver good care. You made you made a comment about hardship applications and the fact that they're very complex. We heard evidence at estimates last week that the number of people having to make applications for hardship under support at home have more than doubled. Is it the case with the providers that you work with that just going through the hardship process is putting people off? So are you saying that they're actually avoiding accessing care because the hardship process is too hard?
There is a couple of, yes, so the hardship, what we're hearing from our services is that the hardship application process is quite difficult, and we're also hearing that a lot of the hardship, almost all of them so far, have been denied. So there's two, so that's being put off even asking or, going through the hardship process because it's complex, and then when it's being denied, there's no, they're not wanting to continue to put people through that whole process again.
Okay, thank you. Just in relation to the CHSP programs that your providers run, do they charge co-payments for the First Nations communities that they serve, or is this a case where they're block funded and then people generally are able to access those services at no cost?
Thank you for that question. Yes, so we don't charge, our services have reported that they don't charge a co-payment, and in fact that's one of the complexities or the difficulties with them, not wanting to ask for the co-payment. The block funding supports the work that they do, and then those services that have made the decision, like all of our services that have made the decision not to seek co-payments, may need to support from wherever they can, and their boards are making those decisions as well.
So in terms of if CHSP were to continue, is it your position that there's more investment that's required then in CHSP to make sure that it is delivering fully for the communities that your ACHOs serve?
Yes, we do believe that it's unfunded. The other thing that we did want to touch on was around the thin market grants program. That's going to be, if there was something similar, if not that program that supplemented the CHSP funding, that would be, that would also assist our organisation or provide support for the organisations to remain financially viable.
So just to make sure I understand it correctly, so there's thin markets grant funding for support at home, and what you're suggesting is if something similar could be applied to CHSP for thin markets, and with CHSP continuing.
Yes, that's our position. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in terms of certainty is probably my last question. We've heard from other witnesses today that the lack of certainty around what is happening with CHSP is causing concern amongst both providers and the older people that they care for. In terms of Nacho, have you been given any information from the department about what is going to happen in terms of the change for CHSP into supported home? Have they given you any information about what they think will happen and when it will happen?
We have had some information and communication because you may be aware that we also run quite a large elder care support program. And so through that program, we're always interacting with the department. But in terms of full clarity, to provide clarity to our workforce and to our services, as well as to our elders and older people, there's still a lot of uncertainty within our sector.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions. I might just check.
Yes,
Senator Ruston.
The two questions that I had, somebody else has already asked, so thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms Barrelidis McCabe. We really appreciate your evidence this afternoon, and thank you for giving up your time to appear before the committee. I'm sorry that your camera wasn't working today, but we've had similar technical issues here, so don't feel bad about that. The committee will report to the Senate on Wednesday, the 15th of April 2026. Responses to questions on notice are due by the 2nd of March, but we didn't take any in this panel, so thank you again for giving up your time today to give evidence to the committee.
Thank you for inviting us to give evidence. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to our last panel for the day. We're going to skip afternoon tea and keep on moving. So I'm going to welcome Professor Kathy Eager, who is joining us via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Kathy Eager, and I'm here as an individual.
Thanks very much, Professor Eager. I'm going to invite you to make a short opening statement, and then we're going to go to questions from the committee.
Thank you very much. My normal arrangement when I presented something like this or write a submission would be to strictly stick with the terms of reference. And this is the first time I haven't done so. And I haven't done so because the terms of reference presuppose that this is a done deal and that the inquiry should be looking at how this is going to work and what the consequences might be. And I really feel that it's such a bad decision, and I know the government doesn't want to make a bad decision, that I want to start by saying I don't support the transition, and in my written submission I have set out 7 reasons that I don't support it. I'm not going to recite the 7 here, but obviously I'm more than happy to take questions on them. But in summary, it's a very efficient program, CHSP. It's got its own niche. It's not just a cheap version of supported home, and it's not a substitution. The impact of it would be felt right at the time as the peak baby boomers hit old age. And given our fiscal position as a country, it's a ridiculous idea to move from a cost-efficient program to an inefficient program. And my alternate recommendation is that CHSP should have a major investment and be further developed as the primary care tier of the aged care system. And just as it makes no sense to think about the idea of abolishing GPs to save money in the health system, abolishing CHSP, the prevention early intervention arm of aged care, also makes no sense. So I've provided 5 recommendations as an alternative to the basic proposition of a transition. I want to take just a moment, though, to step back at a couple of the bigger picture issues. And I've been reading through submissions and I've listened to as many of the witnesses as I can. I just want to clarify a couple of issues. The first is that supported home, by definition, is an individualised funding program. The person gets assessed and they get allocated a quantum of funding, and then all of the assessment and business rules flow from that. And CHSP, by definition, is a grant-funded, I wouldn't say block-funded, but I'd say grant-funded program. And, you know, there's a first rule of program design here that says you can't integrate a square peg in a round hole. These are incompatible ideas. They don't meld together as one program, other than if you wanted to just change the name of one. But essentially, when I read through the submissions you've got three types of submissions, I think. The first are people like me that just say, don't do it. The second are people who say, well, call it integration, integrate the two, but still keep grant funding for CHSP, which is a very polite way of saying don't do it. And then the third group of submissions are saying integrate the two, still keep block funding, and don't do it until supported home is working well, which puts it off onto the long finger. And I really want to put that very sharply, that this is not about just changing the name and putting two things together that don't fit. And I know some people have suggested just calling it all supported home. Consumers are already highly confused, changing the name and calling two different types of way of receiving services. Calling them the same thing will just add to the confusion. A couple of other comments I just wanted to make is one of the sub-programs that I don't think has had adequate attention has been that within CHSP is a sub-program which is sector support and development, and it's a network. CHSP's always funded SSD, as it's called, across the country to build capacity in the sector. And in Meals on Wheels, and I'm on the board of New South Wales Meals on Wheels, we have half a dozen or so sector support staff, and they do volunteer training, they help services meet with standards, etc. Sector support's been put on 12-month year-to-year funding now. This is not the way to attract and retain the people who have such good expertise that they can build capacity in this sector. So that is an urgent issue. We cannot expect sector support and development teams across the country to keep going when literally they've all got mortgages to pay like everybody else. I think that the next set of issues are around how assessment works, and what we've got in the new reform program is the idea that everybody should go through one aged care gateway. And in my view, we should be looking at a model for a primary care level of aged care, which is not based on one gateway, but based on no wrong door. People should be able to enter easily the aged care system through no wrong door. That is via referral from a GP or a hospital. And if somebody walks into the Meals on Wheels office and says, my mum needs Meals on Wheels, that should be the door, rather than forcing everybody onto a queue that's already got 200,000 or 300,000 people on it. I think the next issue that flows from that is assessment. And the assessment scheme, in my perspective, is wildly overspecified. And we've got this whole approach now that we actually, the only way to make it sustainable is to move from this just-in-case assessment to a just-in-time assessment. If somebody comes along and asks for a meal, they need a service-specific assessment about their food issues, and after that, then you sort everything else out. But the idea that everybody's got to sit on a long queue of hundreds of thousands and getting bigger because this is over-specified and incredibly expensive. We're now spending a couple of $2 billion assessing people without giving them services. And I think the final issue I just want to raise is a bit of an elephant in the room, and that's fee equalisation. I know a couple of people have suggested that people are turning down supported home because it's too expensive and wanting to go back to CHSP, and I've heard at least one person say, well, the solution to that is to put up the fees for CHSP. And I understand that in terms of the financial incentives, but I also want to give a couple of arguments why that's not a good idea. First is that one of the reasons that fees now in supported home are so high is because that program is by design so inefficient that providers have got massive compliance costs. And so my question is, well, why should CHSP clients be penalised because the Commonwealth has chosen to design and implement an inefficient program called Supported Home. And I think there's a reasonable argument that fees should relate to cost, and if CHSP is a more efficient program, then consumers should pay less and get the benefit of that. The second, of course, is that Supported Home fees are really unfair, and I've argued in a previous inquiry, and you'll probably hear me again, arguing for a 10% cap of fortnightly income to make the fees fair. And my last issue is a big picture issue. It doesn't make sense to make fees for the primary care level of the aged care system prohibitively expensive. The government understands this in primary health care. It's got a massive commitment. I'm very welcoming it. GPs to be bulk billed 90% of the time, a major investment in urgent care. And the government's not just doing that because people are nice. They're doing it because they want to prevent costs upstream in more expensive secondary and tertiary care. And we should see investment in CHSP as an investment, not just as a cost. We want a good investment in the primary care level in order to reduce costs upstream. And that was all I wanted to say as an opening statement. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor Eager. I'm going to go to Senator Ruston to kick us off for questions.
Thank you, Professor Eager, and thank you very much for a succinct submission and a very succinct opening contribution. Just one thing, I've watched your commentary in aged care over the time that I've been involved in this portfolio, and I'm just interested. This is you really have become very strongly of the view. I didn't gather from the first recommendation of the Royal Commission that CHSP and supported home should be, or home care should be melded into one program, that you had a level of support for that as a concept. I'm just keen to understand what has happened in that time that has led you to have, what's changed that's led you to have this view, which is obviously very strongly held. Is it an issue with supported home, or is it a change in the environment? Because it is quite a difference in position.
The Royal Commission recommendation has been reinvented in history. The Royal Commission, I was an advisor, as you know, behind the scenes at the Royal Commission. The Royal Commission advisor was for one program that included residential care, packages, respite, etc. The rest of it's been lost, and they didn't mean one program in the way that's now developed. I supported it when we were talking about thinking of aged care as a system and how people move through the system and coherent policies to improve flow through the system, and also in the way Commonwealth does Commonwealth program budgeting. And it's been selectively misinterpreted to pick out two bits of it and say, well, they should be one program.
Yeah.
And that's when I stopped supporting it, because this is not at all what the Royal Commission recommended. And the Inspector General, I think, has been quite clear in that in her commentary on the Royal Commission as well. So, no, even if supported home was working well, and it certainly isn't, but even if it was, I would not support this proceeding. We really do need a primary care accessible way for people to access the system and move across it. I think the other point I'd want to emphasise in my 7 reasons, and one of them comes back to a really basic one of consumer choice. There's a lot of people, 800,000, who are receiving CHSP, and they're really happy doing so, and they should actually get the choice to stay in that program if it meets their needs. And that's a really big issue. And so that happens at 2 levels. One is the program needs to survive, and the second is that I propose that one of the changes that we need to see in CHSP is not just that it's more of the same. If the outcome of this is that CHSP is just neglected for another decade, that would be a massive failure I see this as an opportunity to really revitalise and sharpen CHSP and make it fit for the baby boomers as we get large, thousands of people landing in old age. So I'm not proposing a continuation of CHSP as we've had it. I mean, the way I would reflect on that is that the Commonwealth wanted CHSP back in, and it was transferred from Commonwealth State, the old home and community care program. And really, I think it's fair to say that neither government, over the last 10 years, both governments have neglected it, more or less got transferred and parked, and it's whittled on the vine. But you cannot have an efficient and effective aged care system if you don't have a strong primary care sector. We know that in health, but we also don't send all the kids straight to secondary school and university without sending them through primary school.
I mean, just to unpack that, and I absolutely take your point, it's around your prevention and early intervention. The grandma used to say the early bird, it was stitch in time saves 9, I think was the saying, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
And this is exactly what you're talking about in terms of primary care, whether it be primary health care, primary care in aged care. But we've seen a challenge in the healthcare system where, quite frankly, we're not investing enough in our primary care. And we're now seeing that acute care or the hospital system is the place that all the money is ending up because we simply aren't spending enough up front. And just interested to understand how you think that plays out when you're talking about the baby boomers coming through. Baby boomers have got a much bigger expectation in terms of what they want in their retirement, and that's all fine as long as we can afford to pay for it. So I'm interested in how you translate what you're talking about into an affordable model, given how many new people are going to be coming in over the next little while in order to meet the expectations of the next generation who are going to need aged care, and also the sustainability of the model. I mean, what would you do to CHSP now to try and make it fit for purpose for what's coming down the pipeline in a minute?
Yeah, my major recommendations are, first of all, to make a decision. It is really very bad for CHSP to be let withering away while it's being put on the long finger. It can't wait to see if support at home gets better. People are feeling insecure. People have got jobs and mortgages. They need an assurity about what the future looks like. I think the government needs to make a very strong policy statement about its commitment to an early entry, easy way of people being able to access services at the beginning of ageing, and not just until they've got really complex needs. So that means CHSP, in my view, needs to have 3 roles. One is a support program with people with entry or low-level needs, and I would define that to be people who need less than 6 hours a week. And they should be able to be referred directly to the services that they need without going through the whole aged care, my aged care, getting a whole comprehensive assessment they don't need. If Joe goes to the doctor who says, look, your macular degeneration's at a point that I've got to take away your licence, the GP should be able to refer Joe for a community transport service rather than telling Joe to go and get in a queue. And the same with Meals on Wheels, and the same with social support. And you've heard evidence that in some services 50% of, or 40 to 50% of referrals are coming directly from hospitals and GPs. It is completely inefficient the way that the system is currently designed. And you're absolutely right, that system is not designed for, in 9 years' time, there's going to be 2 million people 80 years and over in this country. The idea that 1.5 million people need individualised packages with comprehensive assessments, as a country, we cannot afford that without a substantial increase in taxes. So we've got a basic principle of design here with 2 services are of equal value. You take the one of the lowest cost. And if two services are of equal cost, you take the one that gives you the best value. And that's why I'm saying invest in CHSP and genuinely give older people a choice. So my first recommendation is about it's a program for people with entry-level needs. The second is that it needs to be recognised as a support program for higher levels of need who are waiting for support at home. And at the moment, CHSP is doing as good a job as it possibly can, but it's got no extra money to deal with these, 100,000 people who've been assessed and waiting. And the third role is that it's a program for people whose needs increase, but who are happy staying on a low-cost, efficient program, and we should be able to support them staying there. And at the moment, if somebody needs more than 6 hours in case management, they're forced to go on to get on a supported home queue and go through the whole assessment program, new providers, etc., etc. That's very inefficient. So I think the way to make it an efficient program is to actually say primary care is where you invest in order to intervene early with people. And I think the other reality for government is to recognise that when we don't provide people with basic primary aged care, they're not sitting at home quietly saving the government money. They're starting to develop malnutrition, they're starting to have falls and urinary tract infections, they're going to GPs more often, they're developing more anxiety and ending up on more medications, they're turning up in emergency departments, they're sitting in hospital beds. In my region last week, 175 of our acute beds were occupied by patients awaiting nursing home, but we should have been intervening with them a lot earlier downstream. So the idea is an effective, strong primary care sector, which is quick and responsive to everybody's needs, a streamlined secondary care sector, which is supported home, and then a tertiary care sector, and seeing it as gateways between the system rather than trying to channel everybody through one door.
So, Professor Ego, do you think that a properly designed CHSP, or whatever you want to call it, as the entry level into receiving support in aged care support, a properly designed one could allow us to move to a demand-driven system into the future?
Absolutely. And one of my recommendations, and as I said, I only made 5, but one of them is for a new CHSP funding model. And I know people have been talking all the way through about block funding. I don't support block funding, but I support grant funding. And the difference is important. If I designed, as you know, the ANAC funding model for residential aged care, and it's got 2 components. One is a base care tariff, that is an amount of money that recognises the fixed cost of delivering services, that is the old block grant. And there are a set of fixed costs to deliver services, and CHSP services should be funded, get a block grant to pay for their fixed costs, and then they should have a price and volume contract that says we want you to deliver 1,000 units of activity, plus or minus 10% at this quantum of money. And if you deliver within the, if it's 1,000 and the volume tolerance band, as it's technically called, if you deliver between 900 and 1,100 units, we square off for the year. And if it's less than 900, then that we will reduce your activity the following year. And if it's more than that, we will grow your budget. And if you don't have a mechanism to grow the budget in proportion to demand, but you grow it at the marginal rate, not at the full average rate.
Yep. And just finally, before I hand over to others, I've been interested in the commentary from the government that they're going to release 300,000 additional supported home packages over 10 years, and the resulting impact of that will be measured in the first instance on the 30th of December 2027 or the 1st of November 2027, anyway, at the end of 2027, to an average wait time on the wait list of 3 months. I'm just interested in your expert opinion in relation to the achievability of that with or without the 835,000 support CHSP participants transitioning into support at home.
Yeah, if you leave CHSP withering on the vine or just roll it in and change the name, in my view, there is no possibility that that is achievable. There are 850,000 people now in CHSP. There's 300,000 people in supported home. And we know that there's going to be a 60% increase over the next 10 years in the number of people hitting 80. 300,000 extra packages won't even cover the population growth. But if we don't do something properly to fix primary aged care, we will have more and more people needing higher cost secondary aged care.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much for your very detailed testimony, as always. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Ruston. I'm going to go to Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor Eager, for appearing today and providing some pretty comprehensive evidence to us. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that you said already. And they were, from what I heard, that the current demand for entry-level aged care services has changed over time, from your perspective, quite dramatically. That the CHSP in its current form isn't equipped to handle the demand, not now and not into the future. These are the things that I've heard, so I'm clarifying some of those things with you. Am I correct? Because we have we have an ageing population. We're going to see that bursting at the seams. And so it brings me to the heart of, I've only got one question for you on the basis of that. I think everything else is you've covered. With the co-contribution rates that are currently being set individually by providers, what difficulties does this present in terms of fee variation and a lack of consistency, both between providers but also the regions and our thin markets that we have across the country?
Yeah. Let's get back a little bit. Before CHSP was CHSP, it was HAC, and it was Home and Community Care. It was a Commonwealth state joint funded program, and it was very well managed. And there was regional HAC plan in every region that did population projections of how many people were going to be coming into the system in the next 10 years and what mix of services we're going to need. And that system was in place. In fact, I was reminiscing the other day with someone that we were on the regional HAC committee back in the 1990s. And so there was investment in capacity, there was planning and investment in commissioning. So this is the idea that we say we are going to need more social support, we're going to need more of community transport, and actively commissioning and nurturing services. All of that stopped when the Commonwealth took HAC and made it CHSP. So you've had no growth in 10 years, and it's in very practical ways. One thing, the Commonwealth has never, until in the last few months, mandated a basic minimum data set. And the data set they've got still is about who's receiving and not who's waiting. We are hearing increasing stories of many, many people now, long wait lists for CHSP, but we don't have a good quality minimum data set on who is receiving services, at what cost, with what effect, and we don't even have good information on who's waiting for services. So and this is not a criticism of CHSP, it's a criticism of a decade of neglect. That having got the program, neither side of government quite knew what they wanted to do with it, so they parked it. But we have to think about where it fits. There is a growth in demand. It's partly a demand driven by the demography of just how many people are getting older. But the other thing we're seeing in the long haul, and this is a big issue for Australia, back in the 90s, I started doing research on the gap between a person's lifespan and their health span. So your lifespan is how long you live, and your health span is how long you live in good health. And in Australia back in the 90s, that gap was 10 years. And in the last 20 years, we've done a great job investing in the health system, and the gap is now 12 years. We have extended lifespan without expanding health span. And if that gap between health span and lifespan keeps getting bigger, that's another demand factor that needs to be brought into this equation. I think the other side of it, and it's, you know, I really hate the term thin markets. We've started to refer to Indigenous communities as a thin market. And we have to go back to the basic idea of this type of service. The best thing that can happen is that communities support each other. One of the outcomes of the supported home model you've got, because it's all individualised, there's nothing about supporting, is that there's no role for volunteers, there's no role for community engagement and getting neighbours involved. If we do not harness the skills and expertise and goodwill of our communities, we will not cope with the baby boomers. And that community control, community engagement is the basis of CHSP. I'm sitting in a hotel room in Sydney because I'm at a Meals on Wheels day, and it's 70 years of volunteering. We can't risk losing volunteers because everything has now become a marketised product being delivered at a high cost to older people. I don't know if I've answered your question, but...
Yeah, you have. And yes, you have. And I think that the only thing I would say is that you did talk a little bit about funding. You said that, I wrote it down in fact, that you would advocate more for grant funding versus block funding. So I was really keen to unpack that a little bit more.
Yeah. So block funding is you get a grant. And in Australia in the last 10 years for CHSP, block funding has been you got the same grant as you got last year, and then we set and forget you for another year, and then we give you another block grant. So if you move away from block, because we know that for governments, and it's not surprising, it happens on both sides, for government, a block grant means set and forget. We don't know what you deliver for it. We don't have anything to open. We don't have a good press release. And it goes out, it is set and forget, and it gets neglected. That's part of the reason we're in the mess now. So that's why I'm advocating for a fixed and variable payment model where the fixed recognises that the fixed cost of delivering services in an Indigenous community is substantially higher than the fixed cost of delivering services somewhere else, but also the variable that actually does start to count and value the outputs of the services being delivered, and which has the capacity to grow if more people use those services. And we should be very clear as taxpayers, we want, all things being equal, we want people to use the lowest cost service to meet their needs, not no access to the low cost service and end up using a high cost service.
Yeah, thank you. And I think what's always been is that we have, it has been a higher cost in Indigenous communities across Australia, and I hope that changes under the new reform as well. As someone who's turning 50 this year, I think I'm thinking about the aged care services much more than I ever have. So thank you, Professor Eager. I'm going to hand that back to the chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Cox. And Senator Ruston, sorry. I'm not doing well today. That's right, Penny. Senator Ruston, you had another question.
Yeah, Professor Eager, I was just interested in, whether you think that there has been a missed opportunity to learn from the lessons of the NDIS design challenges that are now seeing us, now seeing the government walking back NDIS in terms of the Thriving Kids program to try and put supports back into community provided services as opposed to the centralised
so one size fits all individually managed scheme.
Yeah, you'll see in my written submission I set out 7 reasons why I don't believe that CHSP should be folded into supported home. And one of those reasons is that it's very important we learn the lessons of the NDIS. Bill Shorten was the one who described the problem with the NDIS is that the NDIS became the only boat ownership on the ocean, and governments recognised that in creating thriving kids. And what we're proposing here is to turn supported home into the only ship on the aged care ocean. So from my point of view, we've got this real inconsistency now across government that needs to be reconciled. We've got a major investment, hoping optimistically we improve rates of bulk billing and easy access to primary aged health care. We've got the government recognising that the individualised funding model in NDIS is unsustainable and not necessarily the right model either, because they want to do group interventions with children, for example, and creating a new program called Thriving Kids, but which is effectively going back towards a grant-funded type of model. And then in aged care, we've forgotten both of those set of lessons, and we're trying to actually now create an individualised fee-for-service model at the same time as both of those other programs are trying to reduce that and go back to it. And we have to learn the lesson from the NDIS. It is not okay to say, well, that's got nothing to do with us. I will say, though, because I do know how supported home was developed behind the scenes, it was designed way back, in fact, during the Morrison era, and it was designed in central agencies, not in the health department, by people who'd been involved in the NDIS, and they thought it was all terrific at the time. There's a fundamental difference between the cohort in the NDIS and older people. In the NDIS, you can do an assessment and care plan for somebody, for an adult, not kids, but the adults, and it will last for a year or more. People's needs are pretty stable. They have a disability. In health, in aged care, people are not stable. Their needs are rapidly, in many cases, declining. The average time in these programs is 2.5 years. And that is one of the structural problems in supported home, is that it's not nimble enough to respond to the changing needs of older people. That's not been such an issue in the NDIS because their needs are more stable. And that is where a price and volume contract or a block grant has a lot of advantages as a funding model over individualised funding.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Ruston. Professor Eager, most of my questions have actually been answered in your submission, your opening remarks and your answers to the other senators. But I guess I just want to come back to one point that you made, and that is that the government needs to make a decision. What is the danger? Like we've heard, as you said, other people have come forward today and given evidence and said we just need to wait at the very least to see what happens with supported home and fixing the issues that we have with that. Other people have said, we need to look at achieving milestones, for example, and then, see what's going to happen next and along the way do co-design. What is the danger if the government doesn't make a decision to maintain this program and then move forward to improve it, as opposed to some of the other options that people have put forward?
I think all those ideas have just put it on the long finger, are not actually looking at this through the eyes of the older people who are using the system. They're looking at it through provider eyes or whatever else eyes. There are 850,000 people in this program, and many of them are extremely anxious about what's going to happen to them. They're reading all these stories every day about what a disaster it is, 300,000 people on the wait list, how you've got to wait for a year. You've also got a lot of very skilled providers who are absolutely, these are big not-for-profit sector, absolutely committed to what they do. but they have mortgages, they've got kids to put through school, they need job security. And I'm hearing, I know a lot of them, people are saying to me, I'm going to have to leave. We want to buy a new house and we won't get a mortgage because I'm now on 12-month contracts. So government's put CHSP on 12-month contracts and there's no job security. But it also means that there's really basic problems like, you know, Meals on Wheels. Should we invest in more production kitchens? Well, we won't be investing in production kitchens if the program is going to close down the line. We won't make long-term investments. Community transport organisations won't make long-term investments about replacing their fleet because they when the whole system is lurching 12 months to 12 months. So I think there's an issues about older people deserve to know what's going to happen to them. The staff in CHSP deserve to know what's going to happen to them. And I would make one comment. Over the last decade, CHSP has been the one part of the aged care system that has not had problems attracting and retaining its workforce, but I'm starting to hear that those problems are emerging because of job insecurity. And I don't think it's okay for everybody to go into inertia about CHSP. It's had 10 years of neglect, and neglecting it even further, in my view, is actually unethical.
Thank you very much, Professor Eager, and can I thank you for your submission, for your opening remarks today and your contribution in this hearing, and I'm sure we're going to hear more from you in relation to our other inquiry around support at home. We value your expertise and the time that you've given the committee. You're our last witness today, so the committee will report to the Senate on Wednesday the 15th of April 2026. Questions on notice should be provided by close of business on the 2nd of March 2026. I note that no questions were taken on notice in this panel. That concludes today's hearing. I want to thank all of the witnesses who appeared and who also submitted, to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance, to the Secretariat as well for the work that they do. As I've said, the committee will report to the Senate on Wednesday the 15th of April 2026. We've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on the 2nd of March 2026, and the committee now stands adjourned. Thank you very much.